It's championship day here at Chess 24. And at the end of tonight, we're going to have our winner of the Skilling Open, the first leg of the Champions Chess Tour. It's been 9 days of fighting chess. It's been full of twists and turns and meltdowns and brilliancies. And it's down to this. World number 1, Magnus Carlsen versus world number 9, Wesley to decide the winner of the Skilling Open. Now, Magnus admittedly himself has said that he's not been in his best shape throughout the event, while Wesley has been in fantastic form. But I've got to say, even Magnus out of shape, it's been good enough for him to be here. Now, let's take a look at what happened yesterday, because even though we did not witness any playoffs, it was a very dramatic day of chess. It was back and forth, and each game we saw nervous tension reach heights. Magnus and Wesley both walking into decisive tactics throughout the 4 games. It was white who came on top of every game. Let's have that score result up. In game 1, we saw Wesley make a mistake, and it just took one bad move from Wesley for the world champion to strike and draw blood in their game 1. In game 2, Wesley playing with the white pieces. It was a roller coaster of a ride from the very start and ended in the world champion getting checkmated. And we could just see how difficult chess is when that was on. We've got a short video for you from yesterday, and watching that live was painful. Take a look at Magnus's reaction when Queen E8 happened on the board.
What? King F8?
Queen E8, King G7, Queen F7.
Yeah, and Queen to F5 mate, yeah?
Oh yeah. My God!
Incredible.
Oh my God. And look at Magnus. It was such an up and down game, and Wesley himself was smiling at the end, because if Magnus had just gone King D8 in that position, it would be absolutely fine. But King F8 just walks into this unbelievable mate after a few checks. Not sure what happened there. Was it a blind spot or just a calculation miss? But when the nerves, when there's so much tension and you're down to seconds, just about anything can happen. And then Magnus struck back immediately in game 3, where really Wesley got no chances at all. A very convincing win by the world champion, and he finished it in style with a spectacular tactic. In the final game, it was a Sveshnikov, and we saw Wesley play a really interesting opening idea with Queen F3, Queen A3, and Magnus took a lot of time trying to deal with this opening novelty, so to say, that Wesley had come up with, burnt his clock, and then blundered, eventually leveling the score. And the disappointment was again very visible. Take a look at this. Okay, but is it really over, Vlad? Like, black has nothing here at all? The world champion could not hide his disappointment, but what a day it was for decisive result, with Wesley striking twice. Now, it's quite a rare feat for anyone in the world to beat the world champion on the same day twice. So Wesley definitely looking good and strong and in his best shape, keeping control on the clock, while the world champion still struggling to find his rhythm. Let's take a look at the format for today. So today is day 2. It's the final day, the final set of the finals. We're going to have 4 rapid games, 15 minutes with a 10-second increment. And if the score is a tie today, we will witness a playoff with 2 Blitz games with a 5-minute and a 3-second increment. And in case the Blitz is also a tie, then we go to the Armageddon. Now, of course, anything can happen, and may the best of the 2 win. But I have to say that I am rooting for a playoff, because the drama of an Armageddon or Blitz is unmatched. In the Armageddon, white gets 5 minutes. Black has a minute less on the clock, starts with 4 minutes. There's no increment, but white has to win. In case of a draw, black wins, in this case, the Skilling Open. Let's also take a look at what the players are fighting for. The world champion turns 30 today, but the big question is, can he take home $30,000, or is it going to be Wesley who's going to be throwing the party? We know that Wesley can beat Magnus Carlsen on any given day, but can he pull it off today? And of course, the Champions Chess Tour is a tour which will have 10 events. This is our first regular. All regular events have a total prize fund of $100,000, while the majors have a prize fund of $200,000, and the final will have $300,000 at stake. The entire chess tour has a magnificent purse of $1.5 million. A lot of money to fight for, but of course, the big news has been that the second event that starts in December, the first major of the tour. Now, the December event is going to be the major, and the audience has had the opportunity and the voice to cast their vote to bring back one player into the December leg. So the December major, all majors will feature a total of 12 players. The top 8 from the Skilling Open get a guaranteed spot into it. And then the one player who was voted back by the audience, let's get the graphic up, drum rolls, none other than Spanish Grandmaster David Anton. Just an absolutely phenomenal graph there. We can see the kind of support he has. We also saw phenomenal performance by David, especially on the day one of the preliminaries. And as we can see, David has won his spot in the second leg of the tour. Now that leaves us with 3 participants for December. I'm not allowed to say who they are, but let me tell you that you will not be disappointed. Some of the best, well, they're all here at the Skilling Open, but a few others who we have been missing, the top players in the world, they will be back in December. Another reminder, today is the final day of our Black Friday sale to make the most of it and go premium. It's a 50% off, the highest reduction of on Chess 24. Of course, as we have been mentioning, that this opportunity for our audience to vote a player back is going to exist throughout the tour. So every event, if you are premium, you get the chance to cast your vote. But that's not all. You get to challenge these participants, our tour participants, the best players in the world, in events like Hand and Brain, Banter Blitz. You get to ask them those burning questions that you've been wanting to ask in Q&As. And apart from that, all this chess action, if it's inspired you to improve your own game, then Chess 24 is the place to be. With its, you get unlimited access to incredible learning material by the best players in the world, including world champion Magnus Carlsen, including world champion Vishwanathan Anand, Grandmaster Jan-Krzysztof, and many others. It's a no-brainer. Go premium. You want to save some money? Do it now. And on that note, I see that we are being joined by Grandmaster Peter Leko. Let's get him on and talk about all the action that's about to happen. Hi, Peter.
Yeah, hi Tanya. Hello, everybody. It's the final of the finals. It's just very interesting. After yesterday's rounds, 4 games, 4 decisive games. The big question is, will Wesley continue striking with the white pieces? Will we see finally black scoring some points? A lot of questions right in the very first game.
Lot of questions in the very first day. And Peter, we saw some really, it's also the world champion's birthday today. He turns 30 today, so a big day for him. And let's bring some social media up that we saw by the world champion. Let's try and have that up. And that's how he's celebrating. Undisclosed location. As we can see, Peter, he's been playing from a really nice spot. He's been playing the Skilling Open from here. It's kind of a nice, looks like a nice atmosphere and a lot of food. The world champion right there. So turning 30 on a big day. How do you feel about that, Peter, having your birthday when you're fighting to win a tournament?
Yeah, first of all, a very, very happy birthday to Magnus. It's a very interesting feeling. Usually I think you have mixed feelings because if you have a birthday, you would just love to chill and you would enjoy your day. On the other hand, Magnus has something to take care of today on his birthday. However, if I remember correctly, then Magnus has already succeeded with this task because he defeated Fabiano Cadua in the World Championship match 2018 exactly on his birthday and retained his title. So he has a lot of experience. I'm very, very, very interested to see how Magnus will handle today's final.
Well, if this photo makes you think that he's not taking the final seriously, do not be fooled, because on Twitter there was another vibe completely. Let's get Magnus's tweet up. And he says, so let's settle this. I don't know if that's so in the beginning was intentional or not, but it fits in perfectly with the final that we do have set up between Magnus Carlsen and Wesley. So, of course, today, as Peter likes to call it, is Judgment Day. It all comes down to these two players, to 4 rapid games. In case of a tie, 2 Blitz games, Armageddon. Either ways, we get a winner. Now, Peter, a very exciting match coming up. And I have to agree with what you said. I think if you have, especially with the board chess, we've seen this across in tournaments as players when we go, and if it's our birthday, there's this whole tradition of the organizers wishing you, the players coming and wishing you. And perhaps it's a really nice feeling, but also adds to maybe some emotional drama that you don't really need before the game. What are the dynamics? Do you like to play on your birthday?
No, not at all. I don't know exactly what my score is. Luckily, 8th of September, which is my birthday, haven't really had too many tournaments. But as you said, this is a very tricky thing. I mean, the organizers want to do a gesture to the player, and it's beautiful. But I feel like, if you have a birthday and then suddenly the participants and the organizers together are singing you happy birthday song, it kind of softens your soul, because you are just emotionally touched for all this kindness. And it's not exactly the mental state a chess player, chess warrior has to be, because you have to focus with all your efforts on the game, and you cannot really allow yourself any kind of weakness in any content. So it's a tricky situation, but I also believe that those who have experienced some positive emotions and they already succeeded on their birthday, this is maybe a boost. On the other hand, if imagine you already 2 times lost on your birthday, you might be feeling very, very upset or not very well playing again on your birthday, and you might be hiding the fact that you have a birthday, and please congratulate me only once the day is over.
Absolutely. Peter, I've spent 9 days commentating with you, and I feel that you mentioned that, being wished on your birthday might soften your soul, but regardless of the circumstance, I can't imagine you in any other way but with a soft soul. But now that's for mere mortals like us. I think the world champion is pretty different in that regard. Like you mentioned, he did beat Fabiano on his birthday in the playoff in the World Championship match in 2018. So I don't believe that he, like the rest of us, gets affected by these things. But the more important point in play, I think, is going to be the quality of play, Peter, here. Now, I don't believe that Magnus can continue to put up the showing of day 2 as he has in the quarterfinals and the semis of this event, because Wesley will take advantage of that. Even we saw Magnus coming in trouble with Anish, with Jan on day 2. Wesley, the kind of shape he's in, I don't see him letting go of these chances. What do you think is the big takeaway for these two players from day 1 that needs to be adapted for today?
I think it's already very clear that Magnus needs to score his first point. I mean, it's not a win. I already mean even a draw could give him a psychological boost, because finally, I mean, when did we see Magnus lose so many games with the black pieces? And if he would draw the first game, then he might feel like, okay, so far I have been very successful with the white pieces. Let me try to put the pressure on Wesley right from the start. I also feel like it's the final, so it's very, very important to try to signal your opponent that, yeah, I want to win this match already in the so-called classical phase, in the rapid phase with the 15 minutes time control. We also have seen Wesley getting quite comfortable with lower time control with the Blitz playoffs. He had quite nice experience here during the tournament. So probably I believe Magnus should try to settle things in the classical part, because later on the pressure will be more and more on him.
But Peter, I do feel that if this was to go into a playoff with a 5 minute and a 3 second increment, The way things have been going, I think that perhaps Wesley's best chances are also in the classical, in the rapid time control and not the blitz. Magnus does start with the black pieces today. So unlike yesterday in game one, he will have black. And what do you think about that? Do you think Wesley will be looking at taking chances with the white pieces, or will he want to just ease into today and probably not take too much risk?
No, I think he will try to play his game, and if he succeeds getting a nice opening, I mean, nice opening, not necessarily advantage, but somewhere where he feels comfortable and he believes that, this is exactly the position I have been looking for, then he will be very, very motivated to try to make maximum use of that. On the other hand, it's also psychological. The very first day when Magnus plays with the black pieces in the first game, I mean, okay, during the match we have already seen, but he never picked black for the very first game of the matches. Now that yesterday's set ended 2-2, it's kind of a new match. And in this regard, because before always Magnus was leading after day one. Now it's equal situation. He starts with the black pieces. Maybe in this case, his mind will be more focused on how do I treat the black pieces. Let me start scoring with the black pieces. That's the main target. And meantime, if I'm even able to exert pressure on my opponent and might win a game with white, that's a bonus. But primary target is to be as solid as possible with black.
And we see the two players have arrived. They've taken their seats, ready to go. And Peter, Wesley back with his lucky red shirt on.
Well, it has served him.
And he's disappeared now.
So far, so it's understandable.
It has worked. Now, the other thing that did work for him yesterday was this line that he played against the Sveshnikov with Queen F3, a very interesting idea that Vlad and you were discussing with bringing the Queen to A3 next. Do you think we will see a Sveshnikov in this first game? Will we see a repeat of that?
It's a very tough question. I mean, that's Magnus's big advantage, that he's so flexible, he can choose anything. One thing I would say that, the Italian game, which we have seen in second game of yesterday, was not really encouraging for Magnus. I mean, he played very fast the opening. It seemed like he felt like what he's doing, and all of a sudden he ended up in a very, very unpleasant, if not bad position. So in this regard, and we see E4, the game has just started, very logical. And
C6, the Caro-Kann. I wasn't expecting that.
Yeah,
I wasn't expecting that.
Magnus felt like, okay, I want to change something. Okay, not necessarily because of yesterday's Queen F3, but he might have felt like, okay, I want to be the one who brings the first surprise.
Definitely not a mouse slip where you want to play C5, but you stop at C6, Peter.
No, definitely not. I think if that would have been the case, then we would have already seen some camera yelling from Magnus's side. But he has already played the Caro-Kann against Dingley, I believe, in the previous tour, so it's kind of a natural choice.
And yes, absolutely. And it's a possibility that he's taken a look at Erwin Lami's course on Chessible, on the Caro-Kann, a lifetime repertoire by Erwin with all the ideas that one needs to play the Caro-Kann. So if you are inspired by the world champion's choice, Magnus has also used this line against Hikaru in the St. Louis tournament against Duda in Norway Chess. So he has played it a few times. If you're inspired by his games and opening choices, then definitely check out Erwin's course on the Caro-Kann. It's the only thing you need. It's on Chessible.
Yeah, and look at this. Wesley plays my system. I mean, this fourth move, knight d2, is something that I started using in last 2 years. Basically, maybe also combined with the fact that I'm not having so much time studying all the theory, and in knight f3, e6, bishop e2, millions of lines had been developed. On the other hand, with this move, knight d2, knight b3, you limit black's options. So it's kind of a very practical way. In this regard, I feel that it suits white perfectly in a rapid game, because black's choices are more limited. If the situation, I mean, if the game a little bit slows down, which I'm not expecting, but just in case, then I would like to show the little difference between the moves, that if knight f3, e6, bishop e2, which was the main reaction. Then after c5, bishop e3, queen b6 was a very big major variation. Also c5, bishop e3, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight e7 is a very big variation. So lot of force lines here. And also the line bishop e2, knight e7, castles, c5 is a very big jungle. So 3 big major setups, while what we are witnessing in the game, if black plays the setup like with h6 and knight d7, then we transpose to the stuff. If, for example, after knight f3, e6, bishop e2, black would play the move knight d7. Let me just castle. Black plays something like h6. I'm gonna knight bd2. I'm gonna put my knight on b3, and white anyway plays the plan with a4. So this is a universal setup from the black side. On the other hand, white says that, okay, please play this, but then I'm pretty sure that you haven't prepared any of those quick lines with c5.
Peter, I'm not able to see Wesley's clock. Can you update me on what is the clock situation?
Yeah, Wesley has 15 minutes 17 seconds and Magnus is 30 minutes 55 seconds. So one minute time advantage for Wesley. I feel like, you know, looking at the position, it does feel to me that Wesley with knight d2, knight b3 sidestepped Magnus's main preparation.
And that's quite a clever idea to do, because perhaps Wesley just was not expecting c6 as much as maybe, you know, Magnus replying with e5 or with the Sicilian after e4. And then you feel that, okay, Magnus has something prepared in the main line, so let me just go for a side variation, which objectively might not be the best, but at least you don't fall into the preparation of your opponent.
Yeah, but now what we have seen, this is quite shocking and very interesting. I mean, I have been playing this line and this opening with knight f3, bishop e2, and then lately with knight d2. Move order doesn't matter how it starts, but what Magnus have done, I have never ever seen so far. Look at this. He kind of voluntarily, after a5, a4 included, gave the check, bishop b4 check. White played the move c3, which one could argue that it's very natural for white anyway. White wants to make this move. Magnus goes back with the bishop to f8, and after castles plays the move knight e7. I mean, what do we get from this? I mean, I'm still not sure. I'm shocked, to be honest. But if Magnus does it, and he has done it quite quickly, there should be a certain idea behind it.
Just very, very strange play, bishop b4, bishop f8 with the black pieces, losing so much time in the opening. And I'm trying to see how black wants to continue his development. Does he want to fall back with the bishop to h7, go knight f5 next? But all of this feels like it's going to take so much time. Peter, does white have a way to make advantage of this strange provocation and return by Magnus?
Yeah, I would be very, very surprised if not. On the other hand, maybe it's much more difficult than one expects. And this would be a very interesting strategy. For example, if Magnus is sure that he has studied this position and he knows that, it might look like white might be able to get easily the upper hand, then he would never have done it. But if he feels that white has to be super precise and white has so much options, so many tempting options to do so, then it might be a clever way for Magnus to provoke Wesley to burn time.
To burn time, but you know, to me, he's gone for h3 here. I was actually going to say that one of the ideas that perhaps comes to all of our minds, in an opening in a position like this, is to move the knight away and start advancing with f4. Is that something that you would recommend, or is that a plan that's possible for white, and perhaps to go f4 and just start with the pawn wave on the king side?
Yeah, for example, a move like knight e1 is very, very typical in this variation. Also, first of all, as you mentioned, that white potentially has the move f4. However, it's not clear if that is so important yet. You mainly even wait for black to show his cards. For example, if black regroups his knight via knight c8 to b6, which is quite a natural way of dealing with the structure, then white has a very, very unpleasant move for black with bishop d3, because you target the bishop, black has to capture on d3, you capture back with the knight. All of a sudden, your knight from f3, which is kind of misplaced, is wonderfully placed on d3. And you also get access to something like queen g4, later even maybe some knight f4, knight h4 combined with f4, f5, all kinds of dangerous active ideas. So in this regard, knight e1 would have been a very natural move. The question was that maybe Magnus believes that after knight e1, he suddenly can change the twist of the position and go c5, making sure that you don't get this bishop d3 move, because then at the end of the day with c4 you fork. And after white remove his knight from e1, then suddenly the e5 pawn is vulnerable if you capture on c5.
Very interesting. And instead, Wesley went for h3, and Magnus, like we were discussing, falls back with the bishop. But after knight f5, I feel white will always have g4. Where is this knight going, and how is black planning to complete the development?
I think one of the things that we have to mention is the fact that why Magnus maybe prefers white's pawn on c3, and if he feels that the tempo doesn't really matter. The big question is usually that who benefits from these a5, a4 moves. And the point why usually black doesn't like to put the pawn on a5 after a4 is the fact that white, with the pawn on c2, white often goes bishop d2 and targets this pawn on a5. And you never really want to make the weakening move b6, because then anytime white breaks with the c4 move, black's pawn structure, the pawn on c6 and the light spread will be really troubled. I mean, if, for example, later on white would capture on with cd5, you can never capture with cd5, because then the b5 square will turn out to be extremely weak. And if you capture with the knight on d5, then suddenly with the pawn on b6, white gets access with the rook of pressing the c6 pawn. So this is strategically a very, very important integral part. We anyway see bishop d2, but without the effect of hitting the a5 pawn directly.
And bishop d2 also makes me wonder that it could have this idea of rerouting the b3 knight from c1 to d3.
Yeah, that's kind of possible, but it feels slow. And the point is that whenever you move the knight, then black will immediately break with c5. And he actually would love to play c5 and then bring the knight to c6. Mm-hmm. And the other point is that one could argue that if I have mentioned that it's so important for white to play the move bishop d2, and you want to target the a5 pawn, then what happens if white will push the pawn to c4? But the big difference is that now with the pawn on b7, if you play a move like c4 and black captures and you capture, black can quietly put his knight on d5 and have a very solid structure with a5, b7, c6. It's terrible to have in that structure a5, b6, c6, but a5, b7, c6 is perfectly sound.
And black has gone queen b6, so he wants to go c5 the moment he can.
Yeah, it's a very, very interesting plan by Magnus. And look at this. It had been kind of a typical position, but Wesley had already spent like 5 minutes. Let's not forget, players are getting 10 seconds extra each move. So by having 11 minutes, it's not the same as from 15 to 11. And Magnus started a bit slow. However, his last couple of moves highlight that he is more familiar with the tricks of this position, because this is a very, very special, tricky move order.
And he's gone for knight e1. So he has the ideas of bringing this knight to d3 or an f4 advance in the future. And Peter, this is black's opportunity to go c5. But the more I look at c5, the more I hate it, because I feel that after you trade everything on c5, white could go bishop b5. You have knight c6. Let's just try this line. So you take on c5.
Yeah, you take with pawn or knight?
Let's start with the pawn.
Okay, d takes. So I have to recapture back.
And takes on c5, queen c5, bishop b5 check, bishop e3 maybe next.
Yeah, bishop e3. I have to go back.
It looks very ugly for black, this position. And knight d3 perhaps?
Pretty ugly, but hang on. This means that after... Okay, first of all, Magnus has not played the move c5, so maybe c5 is not possible, yeah. Because
it's a thematic idea, but I feel it looks like it's too premature to play it on the board right now with such lack of development.
Exactly. I mean, with the black king still stuck on e8 and he still needs to develop his bishop. In order to develop the bishop, he first has to move the knight. It's not entirely clear if black really wants to open the position. On the other hand, if white is given the chance of playing knight d3, then black will never really have the breaks c6, c5. So it's quite an important moment. There is also maybe the argument that you play c5, and after, that's why I was also asking you that with what you want to take, because maybe after d c5 I just return with my queen to c7, try to play knight c6, and try later to capture back the pawn.
So you suggest that after c5 to force the matters to take knight c5 so that you can give bishop b5 check, whether black falls back with the queen or picks up the pawn after knight c5, dc5. Because you must take the knight now.
Yeah, I mean, it felt to me that maybe this case white gets extra options, maybe also protecting the c5 pawn with b4, and you don't really care about the e5 pawn because then it opens some more possibilities. Also, knight f3 comes back with the tempo. You still rely on this bishop b5 check at some point, and you keep on going. So by capturing with the knight, maybe you have more options.
I was just wondering that perhaps capturing with the pawn, because these are like important decisions which all of us take so much time in making. And I thought that if you don't take it with the knight, then perhaps, and look at this, I think sensing all these dangers, Magnus has decided to go knight f5 first, because now c5 would have the option of recapturing with the bishop after the trades. So knight f5 on the board. Does white want to play knight d3, kill the option of c5? He's gone for bishop d3. So yes, he's threatening g4, Peter?
This is very, very interesting. I mean, this bishop d3 move, because it would have been so thematic to play knight d3. Basically, yeah, keeping an eye on c5, but Wesley felt like, you know, with this knight on f5 and bishop on h7, if you manage to pin these pieces nicely, then it can be quite unpleasant. So he chose to play bishop d3, and Magnus instantly played bishop e7, signaling that, okay, I know that you pinned me, but how you want to utilize it? Can you play something like queen c2, then try settling g4, and finally the bishop is hanging? One way to defend would be, okay, there are probably, I don't know how many defenses, but something like bishop g6. And
yeah,
then
that's a really nice idea. Let's have the moves on the board. So queen c2. And the point is that black can't castle. He has no time because g4 is a threat.
Exactly. Here g4 wins a piece. So black has to kind of watch out. I mean, g4 is anyway a threat. So a move that came to mind is bishop g6, because then after g4 you can play the move knight h4 and the bishop is protected. On the other hand, when you kick away this knight from f5 and it lands on g6, then it runs into f4, f5. But it again everything comes down to tempos, because for example, like bishop g6, knight takes g6, even maybe f takes g6 comes to mind. But okay, first let's just deal with knight g6, f4, and then black might be able to play the move c5, or he might even be able to use the time for h5, because f4, f5 is not yet a threat due to knight g takes e5. Now we see another point placing the queen on b6. It actually hits the knight on b3, somewhere it pins this pawn d4, and it also prepares the move c5. So lot of strategical ideas, but also you have to be very, very careful with move per move calculation here.
The more I look at this move, queen c2, I really like it. And I actually don't see any other move but bishop g6 to get rid of this pin, because g4 is just such a killing threat otherwise.
Yeah, so let me play bishop g6 and show me how you want to punish me here.
Tough questions. All right.
Because let's not forget, this is the Caro-Kann. This is also exactly the spirit of Caro-Kann, to provoke white. Yeah, you want to get a very healthy, solid, stable position, then provoke your opponent and counter if he's aggressive intention. So it's never easy.
Very interesting position.
Yeah, and we see, look at the players want to play quickly. This we have already seen on day one. but the position forces them to slow down. It is just not a position where you can make quick decisions because it's very tough. One of my arguments is also that whenever you go for, I mean, black is now slowly getting ready to this c6, c5 break because things are changing, and placing the queen on c2 is double-edged, because if you are not benefiting from this diagonal, pressuring the bishop, then, for example, after something like c5, okay, let me just make a neutral move like king h2. It's not a neutral because at least I got out of this pin, but what I wanted to highlight is, for example, something like c5, dc, knight c5, bishop takes c5, and earlier we have been talking about that bishop b5 check is quite unpleasant and nasty, but with this construction, black might just be able to play the move king f8. All of a sudden you have to lose tempo because of, now you are the one who is pinned, and by the way, black gets king g8, king h7, a very compact structure, so
right.
Things are not that simple.
And you know, this makes me think if perhaps it was the knight that belonged to d3 instead of the bishop, an idea that we were discussing. Peter, let's say queen c2, you found this idea of bishop g6, which solves black's problem. Should white go instead g4? That's the other move that comes to my mind, not at this moment, instead of queen c2, so that at least I'm able to, after knight h4, I trade the bishops, and now your rook is a little unhappy on h7, and the coordination will take a little bit longer to happen.
Yeah, and I'm also not given a chance of castling in the future. Yeah, it's interesting. However, I believe that Wesley simply felt that Magnus wants to provoke this action, and probably black will rely on some counterplay with h5 combined with c5, so it might not be so easy. And then Wesley felt, no, if that's what Magnus wants to achieve, I don't want to give him.
And he's gone for queen c2. He's gone for queen c2. g4 is a big threat on the board. So black, I believe, doesn't have a better move than bishop g6, but maybe the only move, but also good enough for black.
Yeah, that's what we are assuming, and Magnus might shock us with something else. It's okay, I would be quite surprised. I mean, what is the other option? Maybe a move like c5, is that an option? I find it hard to believe because...
Let's start with trading on c5.
Yeah, I'm taking with the tempo and I force you to capture, and then I capture, you capture, I'm gonna go g4, and what are the tricks? There are no real tricks. Okay, you have a move like knight g3, but it doesn't benefit anything. I can take the bishop. So yeah, and Magnus has gone for bishop g6.
You know, it's really crazy to see, Peter, because I don't play the Caro-Kann. So of course, you know, understanding the subtleties, and maybe a lot of a lot of our audience is also wondering, with the black pieces, you go bishop b4, bishop f8, bishop f5, bishop h7, bishop g6. A lot of bishop moves going on, and usually we are taught not to waste time in the opening. So doesn't feel very principled with all these bishop moves that black is making. So how can you explain that in this opening that you mentioned provokes a lot from white?
Yeah, first of all, I mean, why Magnus got some freedom is that Wesley ignored the options, and he kind of also played it slow. He felt like Magnus wants to provoke him into some direction, and he still didn't exactly know what Magnus has in mind, and he has played a little untypical h3 move. I mean, basically this move doesn't change the course of the game. It's kind of useful in the long run, but it's not necessarily useful in short terms. And this gave back one tempo for Magnus. So basically, thanks to this little move. Another thing that, thanks to this pawn on c3, Magnus felt like I'm able to place my queen on b6. And this is probably what he was looking forward to. And now we see that finally Wesley played the move c4. He didn't know exactly how to break black's position, and he tried to play c4. And all of a sudden, as we discussed already, with pawn a5,
can black
b7.
Take on d4 here? Can black take on d4 after queen c4?
After queen c4, knight takes. Wow, that would be something incredible.
I mean, very hard to imagine that it works because Wesley wouldn't miss this tactic. But what's going on after knight d4? So if you take knight d4, black has knight e5, and that should be awful for white. Correct?
Well, it's so complicated. I need some time to. I mean, queen c3, you have bishop b4, right?
Bishop b4. Your queen can't keep defending the knight.
Yeah, but actually, it's very easy to miss knight takes d4 because you know this is like a strategical position, and you wanted to play with g4. Then finally, you feel like no, my opponent is ready for that, and then you decide, okay, let me play it with c4, and then I will play this d takes c4, queen takes c4 slow structure, and then we start maneuvering. And black has not yet castled, so something like knight takes d4. If it works, it could be a real shocker.
But I feel, Peter, that the evaluation bar that we have in front of us, if knight d4 was a strong move, would perhaps have dipped a little more. So I'm really trying to find out what is white's reply after knight d4. Do you just take on g6?
Well, if I take on g6, you just take on...
Because queen e6 is nothing. Queen e6 doesn't work, yeah? You can take on...
And there we have it. Knight takes d4 played by the champion.
Oh, wow. Knight d4 on the board.
Yeah,
this could be bad for Wesley. This could be very bad for him.
Yeah, it has an incredible psychological effect because, I mean, definitely you can easily miss, and I believe that Wesley definitely has missed it, because if you notice it, then you spend a lot of time and finally you decide, no, it's too murky, I cannot understand what is happening, I don't want to give it. I feel that he simply forgot about it.
So queen d4 runs into queen b3. Maybe that's the point, Peter, and you just take on g6, and I still think that black's better here. It's just not enough.
Yeah, I mean, black has a wonderful position. Now we also see that white's pieces are kind of misplaced. Imagine that white would have a bishop on e4. It would be a completely different story, but with the dark square bishop, black will be very nicely controlling all these squares. I mean, it should be a real shock moment for Wesley.
And the more time he's taking, the more I feel that he's missed it. He's definitely missed knight d4. Okay, so white has three moves: bishop g6, knight d4, or queen d4. Queen d4 doesn't work because of queen b3, but he's gone for queen d4. Queen b3 on the board.
Yeah, probably he has gone for queen d4 because there was nothing else. It's not because he's happy about it. He has quickly understood that that's the best thing he can do.
Has to perhaps destroy black's pawn structure with bishop g6. Do you see a better option? Because bishop c4, we have queen b6. So our queen is not getting trapped.
Exactly. And this bishop on g6 is so powerful, you have to take, and it's captured. Looking very good for black. I mean... yeah, queen e4 had to be played. I mean, you asked this little question on g6, because if black was given the chance of castling short, then it would have been very, very bad. Now, the big question, if you play king f7, then maybe you just insist on check, and I know, but then I get to g8 and I get to h7, so you cannot just check me. This case, then king f7 is possible, but Magnus goes short castle, of course. Yeah, forget about this g6 pawn. After all, the queen from b3 protects e6, which is the vital pawn, and queen takes g6 can be simply answered by knight takes e5. You are healthy pawn up, and you are active, and you castle.
And this knight on e1 is really horrendously placed for white now. Bishop h6.
Yeah. I mean, he has to go for this. I mean, good or bad, he has to, because if he just gives black one more tempo, then he's completely lost strategically. So
g8-6 is a draw, nothing more for white. Although you might have rook a3 at some point, Peter. Let's take a look. Queen g6, king h8.
Okay, bishop on e7 protects the a3 square. So
oh, sorry, yeah, of course.
It's not that dramatic, but I mean, this is the dream for white to end this game, because this game is completely out of control. However, it's never going to happen, because Magnus certainly feels like this is his golden opportunity. There are moves like rook f5, and it's on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Wesley had to retreat to e3.
Why not to f4? What was the problem? Just rook f8 or what?
Yeah, I guess, and also knight c5 might be a very big tempo.
And also the b2 pawn is hanging after rook f8, knight c5. Just, yeah, knight c5 looks very nice actually.
Yeah, no, I mean, okay, just forget about the e5 pawn. White feels and knows that he cannot hang on to everything. It would be desirable just to give the pawn back and somehow coordinate his forces. I mean, maybe something like knight c2, knight d4. Of course, if white gets knight c2, knight d4, then things are quite fine. But Magnus does not take on e5. He goes queen d5. He hunts this queen down from e4.
Okay, so I think rook e5 was going to be met by queen g6 and knight e5, perhaps g4 was what Magnus did not like. So this here, he picks up the g6 pawn, and perhaps after knight e5, white could have gone g4, and there's no nice square for the rook defending the knight anymore.
Yeah, this is very important. But of course, queen d5 is in the true spirit of the Caro-Kann. Now the big question is, if white wants to hang on to his pawn, then he has to capture on d5. However, then what kind of ending are we getting? Is this endgame holdable for white, or is it just very bad? This is the biggest question here. For example, after queen takes d5, how do you capture on d5? CD or ED? Both moves are possible.
I think either ways, white wants to go f4 next.
Yeah, I mean, let's just see that. Okay, for example, ED. Yeah, Magnus has taken ED.
On the
F4,
board.
and then black breaks with the typical move g5. It's kind of very natural. Also, another natural move is maybe just to play the move bishop c5, forcing the exchange of the bishops. But of course, if you can play g5, then you should. Magnus does it. And 5 minutes for Magnus and 4 minutes for Wesley. Magnus has the upper hand, a very comfortable endgame position, and also the upper hand on the clock. So looks really promising, and Wesley has gone for e6.
It was so tempting if white could get g4, f5, but just no time with this e5 pawn. So let's just show that, Peter, that white has no time after g4. You fall back, you can't go f5 because e5 hangs, has to make a move like knight d3 perhaps, but then the pawns fall really weak after taking on f4. So instead, Wesley decides to play e6, hitting the knight on d7, and wants to go g4 next.
Yeah, but now there are some moves like bishop c5. Is that an option?
That looks nice, because then you trade off this bishop, and but he's gone knight c5.
Yeah, but he has gone knight c5 because he's calculating and he believes that it's, and g takes f4. Yeah, exactly. He wants to sacrifice the exchange.
Very interesting, because definitely moving the rook and allowing f5 would be not anybody's ideal situation or dream scenario. So
exactly. I mean, all of a sudden, white would be the one who is relieved because he gets counterplay. So g takes f4 is very much in the spirit, and that was the reason why Magnus picked knight c5 over bishop c5, because he really felt that this exchange sacrifice is a golden opportunity. I mean, look at this. Black threatens to go d5, d4, and then he will have two incredible passers combined with the powerful knight on c5 and a very, very strong bishop. The pawns can also be supported by rook d8. It's looking very, very bad for Wesley, and he cannot really move his pawns. They are completely stuck.
And I think, Peter, these are all the elements that you mentioned, which is why we see the evaluation bar loving black's position after this exchange sacrifice. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of what happened yesterday. You know, in game one, Wesley made that one mistake of not playing rook c1, went rook c7, and Magnus made the most of it. And in this one as well, Peter, after queen c2 and, you know, this knight e1, bishop d3 idea, not the most natural way for white to continue, Magnus took all his chances after that.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. I mean, okay, this bishop d3 was a big surprise. On the other hand, looked so tempting not to go bishop d3 after queen c2, asking this bishop on h7. It looked like black is in big trouble, and all of a sudden, few moves later, we see things going really black's way. On the other hand, Wesley is trying with all his power to coordinate his forces. The rook on f4, we have seen yesterday, his rook lift on the fourth finally brought big success. He tries to stop the move d5, d4, because that's how black can get the connected pass pawn. I mean, he can somehow isolate this pawn on e3 and get a chance to play, for example, king f1, rook d1, and king e2 together. Then things might look not that grim at all for black. I mean for white. So black has to be very energetic now.
Right. So he's gone knight c2, and black can't take on b2 because you just go rook b1 and then pick up the e3 pawn? Or what's going on?
Yeah, probably if you take on b2. Okay, I actually wanted to bring my rook somewhere. Maybe can I play rook d1 or then e2?
Then e2?
Yeah, then e2, because okay, rook b1, my problem is with rook b1 that I'm not really hitting the b7 pawn. It's protected. You might win a tempo coming back with the bishop to e5. And where do I put my pieces? It's not an easy position. Okay, maybe you can just play the move rook g4. But to a human eye, this is all at least very confusing. And Magnus has played the move e2.
The most direct move in the position. So he's taking advantage of the fact that rook e1 runs into knight d3.
Yeah.
So and king f2 also runs into knight d3.
And he anyway wants to go knight d3. So now white has to be super precise. Wonder, can white play a crazy move like rook a3, or that's too crazy because you take on b2? Yeah, this is nice. That rook a3, thanks to the knight on c2, I'm protecting the e1 square, but I cannot.
B2.
Yeah, you can take, but even you can play d4 and use the fact that I cannot. So rook a3 is just a terrible move. It's total
also, Peter. Yes. Also, Peter, after he's gone for this line. That's interesting.
He has gone for this, yeah. I mean, I simply assume that Magnus believes that this is kind of technically winning for him, because now after rook e2, d3 forks, rook d2 takes on c2, rook takes c2. Looking very good for black, but on the other hand, maybe Wesley also felt like my position is very bad. Let me at least eliminate these two powerful pawns, because I might just lose without any fight. And here it's clear that it's bad, but at least the structure changed. So if you have a bad position, you might feel that, okay, any change of structure might give me some psychological chance. But Magnus goes rook d8, using the fact that you cannot capture on c5 due to bishop d4 check. And getting the d file looks like the last little detail black needed.
And as a general principle, Peter, black should maintain this this rook on the board, right?
Well, I mean, it depends, because if you just collect all the pawns, and also black is very close of simply blocking this pawn with his king. Any of these king f8 ideas are possible, only that exactly now king f8 would run into e7 check. And after bishop takes e7, rook e7, white would maybe have chances to survive. Even this would not be such a great position, but why would you ever give this? And Magnus just captured the pawn on a4. e7 is no threat, because then black goes rook e8 and captures this pawn on e7. So Wesley moved his rook back to a1, trying to hit on a5, trying to change as many pawns as possible.
Does black want to go rook t5 now? But then that runs into rook 8 and e7.
Yeah, I would say that actually in this position, white would have really good chances maybe to survive if it would be his move and he would be able to play rook a7, which runs into bishop d4 check at the moment. But I mean, he needs to eliminate the b7 pawn. If he's not able to eliminate the b7 pawn, then I just don't see any practical chances of ever holding this. I mean, not even holding. How do you continue? It's just looking very, very unpleasant.
At some point, black will start threatening mate on white's king, I feel.
Yeah, that as well. I mean, it's also very difficult not to run into any fork at the end of the day, because this bishop is so powerful, the knight is powerful. Yeah, Wesley moves his king away to h2, but I believe there is no escape here. Yeah, Magnus goes knight b4. He just wants to be very professional. I mean, he says, I know I might have something else, I might have something better, I just don't care. This is a rapid game, and in fact we are already in blitz mode. Let me just get the knight back to d5. Let me coordinate my pieces, probably then also bringing his king to the center. Total control. White rooks are not able to even use any open file, cannot invade into black's position. And then it's just a question of time before black decides to, with the king on d6, start pushing his b pawn, or should he just target the f5 pawn and slowly take all white's pawns. Sometimes there are bad positions, but you feel that, okay, it's bad, but there are good chances because your opponent has to be super precise. I feel that the big problem for Wesley is that black doesn't need to be precise. I mean, he just have to watch out not to blunder anything very bad. But a part of that, yeah, knight on d5, with every single hand move which comes so naturally, automatically, you might win the game.
In general, Peter, I think Magnus, his technique is just flawless most times. You know, they say in chess, the hardest thing to do is to win a winning position. I think it was Lasker who said that. But I think Magnus makes these technical positions look extremely easy. It's one of his forte for sure. But this is not even perhaps about technique, you know. This one is just lost.
Yeah, this one is completely lost. Yeah, now he put the knight on e7, protects the c6 pawn, and look at these incredible pieces. Bishop on f6, wonderfully protected by the pawn on g7. The bishop on f6 protects the knight. The knight protects the pawn on c6. The rook is already behind the b pawn, ready to be pushed all the way. I feel like white has nothing else than to design, because there are no moves to be played here.
So black is just planning to push the pawns now. There's just nothing else that he needs to do, and white has no way to defend it. Even a move like rook b1 just runs into b4, rook a4, you can, or rook, yes, and go c5.
Yeah, you just cannot stop this pawn. I mean, this pawn is running. You can play c5, you can just push b3 and then push it all the way to b2. Then it's going to be protected by the bishop, and then all your pieces are free. It's just game over.
And yeah, Wesley looking away, he knows that this has got no chances at all. And I think this is where I was trying to get to with the whole technique thing, that perhaps several ways to win, but Magnus finds the most professional, the easiest, places the pieces on the right squares. Like you mentioned, the knight on e7, bishop f6, rook b8, finds the perfect squares for the pieces, not trying to create or win against white's king, but just simple moves, finds the best squares, and the idea of just promoting the pawns. There always seems like a very focused plan when he has these better positions, a very professional approach.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if we compare this position, it does look like the knight on d3 is, wow, such an active piece and so on. But he just brought it back, and he brought it back to e7, and he starts marching with his pawns. Yeah, Wesley decides that in order to hang on, he wants to trade the rooks, but I mean, it just gives him nothing because the pawn already gets to b2. And if it's on b2, then the bishop protects both the knight on e7, which is a lovely blockading piece. The bishop protects then the b2 pawn. And yeah, we see this line. Black pushes b2, and now you just start pushing the c pawn, and it's game over. Nothing to be done. Why just, I mean, even bringing the king doesn't help, because then you will lose all your pawns. And you anyway cannot eliminate the b2 pawn.
Does he just want to go c5 now? Or knight d5, knight d5, you don't have knight c3.
Well, I mean, you can actually play the move knight d5 check, because it means that white can never come closer with his king because of the check. Yeah, knight d5 on the board.
King f3.
And Wesley has still enough, he resigns, because that's it.
And this is a very nice point, just the last position. So king e4 would run into b1 or knight c3 and then your queen. So he has to make a move like king f3 and the c5 pawn just advances its way. Don't have to rush with anything else. Very easy. King can just never come close to the pawn because of the knight c3 threat. Peter, a big win with the black pieces in a very critical match. Now I know in yesterday's set as well, Magnus won the first game, but there was some consolation that Wesley was going to play white next. But here it's going to be more tough for Wesley because now he goes into game 2 with the black pieces.
Well, this is a complete nightmare scenario. I mean, it just can't be any worse than that. Magnus is extremely happy, I believe, and relieved because winning with the black pieces, this is just a dream. And in this regard, let me just come back to this bishop b4 check, because this incredible bishop b4 check might look like losing to tempi, but I believe this is exactly the reason why Magnus has won this game. It brings completely new dynamics. Let's also not forget that it's already the 9th day of the players. I mean, they are completely exhausted. So if you manage to get your opponent out of his comfort zone and you get into a very double-edged, complicated position in such a short time control, then you have all the practical chances. And Magnus, when you look at the game, it looks like all Magnus' moves had made a perfect sense. I'm pretty sure that if someone starts analyzing this with the engine, then he might say, wow, I mean, okay, white could have been better. What happened? This is a practical game, and that's exactly what Magnus needed to disbalance Wesley and use his chances.
Absolutely incredible play by Magnus. And as we spoke about it yesterday as well, just one mistake, one wrong path, and Magnus just doesn't give you the chance to come back into the game. And I think this was a demonstration of just that. Perhaps knight e1, knight d3, as we were discussing, this knight d4 blow was fantastic, taking advantage of the e5 pawn hanging, as Peter, you were mentioning that after knight d4, it runs into knight e5 and queen c3, bishop b4. A very nice finesse in this line. Let's just have that on the board. And this puts, I think after knight d4, it was pretty much over. And this puts Wesley in a very tough spot. He's trailing Magnus. He's got the black pieces in the next game. Remainder of the set, he's got only one white coming up. But we've seen this before. Anything can happen. And too soon to say anything, but a dream start for Magnus in this finals. And Magnus Carlsen is never afraid of challenges. We're seeing, I'm getting an update that he's been challenging Mr. Beast on Twitter as well. Mr. Beast is one of the biggest YouTubers with, I think, over 50 million subscribers, Peter, and he's with the chess boom. He's gotten into chess, and he said, just started playing chess a few days ago. Any creators want to play? I am addicted. And of course, Magnus up for the challenge to do whatever it takes, saying that, okay, Timmy, I've been known to play some chess, just a little bit. If you want a challenge, I'll put up 100K for sure. You know, it's funny when I see things like this, Peter, especially on social media, because when there's such a big tournament and such an important event going on, the general perception is that the players are so focused and so single-minded. But it's incredible to see that how they can be so easygoing about all these things, and yet when it comes to the chessboard, just their quality of play is at the highest level.
Yeah, I think it also shows that online chess is a little bit, I mean, the players take it more light. I mean, I cannot really imagine Magnus during a classical tournament thinking about anything else than the tournament. I mean, definitely in the evening you chill because that's also part of the preparation. But here in this online format, I see that also the way players are taking more risk. That's why we also see so many decisive games. I mean, this is the 5th game altogether of the finals, and it's the 5th decisive game. It's just incredible. I mean, if somebody would have placed money on it before the finals started, I think he would be already a multi-millionaire, because this would have been simply impossible to guess.
This is actually a very interesting point, and I completely agree with you that when there was over-the-board chess, and we all can't wait for it to come back, the general atmosphere and environment, especially when it comes to social media, is a very different one than what we've been seeing in 2020. Also, in general, I think Rapid and Blitz has this. I mean, there's a lot at stake, and also this tour pretty much is the biggest tour for all these top players with the highest prize fund, the best players fighting it out. So a lot at stake. But in general, with Rapid and Blitz, there does come this feeling of a more relaxed, a more fun environment. But when it comes to the chessboard, as we have seen, Magnus doesn't leave anything to chance. And now Wesley has to show that he's not going to go on tilt. It's not going to affect him because he still has one white game. He's going to be black in the next one. We are going to be back. I think we've still got a little bit of time before kickoff. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the peek inside of the Queen's Gambit Accepted. I'm International Master Sopiko Goramishvili, and I'm happy to be here with you on Chessible. Even though I've recorded a lot of various chess opening video series, this is my first one on Chessible, and it is a lifetime repertoire, Queen's Gambit Accepted. Why Queen's Gambit Accepted? Back in 2017, when I had to prepare for the Women's World Knockout Chess Championship, I wanted to have something compact yet complete. This is how Queen's Gambit Accepted became the core part of my opening repertoire, and since then I'm using it successfully in my own games. The Queen's Gambit Accepted, QGA as we call in chess world, is an exciting chess opening. It is a combination of strategy and dynamism. And the goal of this course is to provide you with an exciting, sharp, and reliable, complete repertoire against first d4 and first knight f3. Now let's sneak into the website and see how it works. Here you can see a lot of information about me, about the course, and this is a preview of the course. Now let's get into the chapters and see how it is ordered. I've ordered the Queen's Gambit Accepted in the following way. First, I'm introducing you to the opening, and then we have Quick Starter Guide. A Quick Starter Guide is an overview of the whole repertoire. So we cover the most important lines and give you a bit of feeling of what should you expect from the course. d4, d5, c4, d takes d4, e4, b5, a4, c6, a takes b5, c takes b5, knight c3, a6, knight takes b5, a takes b5, rook takes a8, bishop b7, rook a1 once again, e6, and knight e2. Now, this is the most ambitious line of e4 variation because it intends to play knight c3 and protect the e4 pawn and put pressure on b5 pawn. We cannot allow this. Now it's time to take the pawn. Bishop takes e4, and of course here white's main line is knight c3, but let's take a look at move b3. b3 is way too ambitious as we have a very powerful reply, knight c6, heading to b4 square. B takes c4, and now knight b4. We're already threatened to give check on c2 and regain the exchange back. White cannot do anything about it, so black is doing very fine in this line as well. Now let's see more solid option from white. Here you can see that we are covering all the lines, rook a1, rook a2, which is also very important. We have knight f3 and fourth move sidelines, and you can see we're covering a lot of options here. d4, d5, c4, d takes c4, knight f3, knight f6. This is the start of our journey to knight f3 variation. And here, let's say queen a4. This is intending to take c4 pawn as fast as possible. Then we go very interesting knight c6. After knight c3, we play knight d5, force white to take care either to take on c4 or to do something about knight b6. e4, knight b6, queen d1, bishop g4, bishop e3 to strengthen the d4 pawn, and after e6, bishop e2 and queen d7. You can see the annotations as well. Black successfully preserved the pawn and will put more pressure on d4 pawn after playing long castle. Here we go and push the button learn moves, and first we are shown how is the line, and then we have a little quiz. What shall we play after bishop e2? For example, here I told you not to be greedy and take the e4 pawn, but instead we should take care of development. So we go knight f6, which is correct move, and after knight f3 we're going to have a check, bishop b4, bishop d2, and here again we're going to take the bishop and then take on e4. This is a great tool to remember the lines, to understand the position, and to master the opening. I really hope that you enjoy the preview and overview of the course, and I wish you good luck in your games. See you in the next video.
Welcome back. We are going to have liftoff very soon for game 2. Wesley So trailing the world champion in their final set of the finals. And there you have it. Magnus Carlsen won a very, very nice game with the black pieces. A strange Caro-Kann, which left all of us quite surprised, but clearly he knows what he was doing. And with Wesley not finding the best way to react, played a sideline, then played perhaps a dubious plan, and eventually a tactic sealed it for the world champ. Now, Peter, all this chess, these ideas, these brilliancies that we've been seeing throughout this tour, it's gold. It's just so much to learn and so much to see from these world's best players. And every time, because we were a part of the first tour as well, and during the Legends tournament, we had all these great commentators with us. It's just amazing to see the kind of chess knowledge that exists, that is there with these best players in the world. And Peter, there's a very interesting series on chess24.com that I highly recommend you all check out. It is the top 50 greatest players of all time. And guess who's at number 44? It's our very own Grandmaster Peter Leko. So Peter,
yeah, actually, I know the list. I'm very honored to be here. I mean, I believe it has been an incredible challenge on both Peter Heine-Nielsen and Jan Gustafsson, and because there had been so many incredible characters in the history of chess. To make them in any kind of order, you need incredible courage. I mean, and it doesn't matter whom you put where. There will be a lot of people who will be saying, yeah, that's right. And many people will say, no, how could this ever happen? So they were really courageous, but I think it adds to all this that the people get the excitement. They are discussing, there is a lot of debate and so on, and that's perfect for chess.
I think that series absolutely, it just makes everything so much more interactive, because it's a discussion that we often have. We had it with our panelists during the Legends Tour, during the entire Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour, the first edition. And like you said, a tough task for Jan Gustafsson and Peter Heine-Nielsen. But if there's anyone who's cut out to do this, it's them. And surprisingly and interestingly, Peter, it was Magnus who's at number 2 in that list, and Garry Kasparov who's at number 1. We've got liftoff really soon, but just want to get your thoughts on this 1 and 2 with Kasparov on the first place and Magnus on the second place. Your thoughts on this?
I think it's quite logical. I mean, after all, Kasparov had been so dominant for so many decades, and that's very logical. On the other hand, Magnus has achieved so much, so it's kind of understandable if Magnus fans take it as an offense why Magnus is not number 1. But I think here the point is that this list is not final. So Magnus has all the chance with his career to be number 1 in the future in the coming list, because maybe this list will be updated, maybe it will be checked after a couple of more years. I mean, he's on the right track to do so, but he is just turning 30 and still so many years ahead. And with this, Magnus is ready to take to game 2, and he has opted for d4. No big surprise, as he has served him so well so far in this match.
Magnus starts with d4, and I think the other important point about the list, and especially these this number 1 and number 2, was longevity. Because with Gary, when he became world champion in '85, and then it was Vlad who took the crown from him in 2000. Magnus was world number 1 in 2013. So like you said, he's on that path, and perhaps the longevity question is what Gary has proven. Magnus needs a little more time for that. And are we going to see, we've got a Ragozin on the, no, we have got the Tarrasch.
Yeah, and we see this endgame again. I believe we see this endgame again, which means that Wesley wants to stop the bleeding. I mean, definitely he wants to stay very, very solid, believing that, okay, especially after losing with the white pieces, let me try to save this game and gather my strengths, and let me try then with the white pieces. On the other hand, I feel that Magnus has now the chance of basically sealing the match if he manages to win this game with the white pieces. In this regard, I would feel that if Magnus would give up on his white color too easily, maybe that would not be such a wise idea.
So we saw this exact opening yesterday as well, where bishop g5 was not employed by Magnus. He went for bishop c4. Wesley took a little time, found the right path, but then eventually made a mistake later on by not going rook c1. I think it's a very professional approach, like you said, Peter, to just sort of calm down after a tough game. You're also playing with the black pieces. Draw in this round, I think, would be a dream for Wesley. Magnus playing white, looking for chances. I don't think either of them are going to go for too much in this game. Magnus is up on the lead, but let's see. Have we had a new move since from what we saw yesterday?
No, we didn't. I just wanted to mention, if someone missed out on the action yesterday, that the move Magnus chose yesterday against Wesley was the move bishop e3 instead of rook d1. So rook d1 was the first official new move in this compared to yesterday's match. Wesley, however, blitzed out rook c8 instantly, signaling that, yes, you know, I was kind of expecting you to move towards rook d1. I'm very interested to see who will start to think first. Okay, Magnus did take a little bit of time, but it's not really a big thing. I mean, I'm pretty sure that he has expected this position. The big question was that Wesley, after losing that game, he suddenly for the third game switched to the Ragozin. And there was big debate basically in my mind that will then Wesley continue playing the Ragozin, which he actually lost because he made some inaccuracy in the opening. Otherwise, he would feel quite happy with the Ragozin. Or will he really go back to the endgame? And he chose to go back.
Indeed. Also, Peter, there's such little time between games that it's kind of difficult to really analyze and see what, you know, the whole opening and have your ideas ready. So makes sense. I think that he had this day, he was prepared now and goes into the semi-Tarrasch and has a better idea of how to handle bishop c4. Of course, game 1 did not go the way Wesley would have hoped for, but with black in general, the strategy is to go solid, to keep it together, and then to try with the white pieces. I think it makes perfect sense, the opening choice. And now we see that Wesley is the one who's taking a think. So bishop e2, is this the move that surprised Wesley? Was he expecting Magnus to keep the bishop on this a2 g8 diagonal?
I mean, okay, Magnus played the move bishop e2 because he didn't really have anything else. After rook c8, if you play the move bishop b3, then black gonna continue with knight c5, hitting the bishop. You don't want to allow this. And the bishop e2 move serves another purpose, you know, just in case. Of course, it's like very hard to imagine black ever getting so active, but something like king f7, bishop c5, and eventually knight g4, just in case. That's the difference why white prefers to place the bishop on e2 compared to f1. The big question is that, I mean, king f7 runs into knight takes e4. This little tactics, because thanks to rook d1, white hits the knight on d7. And if you cannot play king f7, it means that you kind of have to move the knight from d7. Where do you move it?
I mean, if you can't play king f7, the first move that comes to mind is perhaps still go for knight c5.
Yeah, but after knight c5, for example, if white follows it up with something like bishop e3,
And now king f7?
you're gonna go king f7. Yeah, then let me maybe follow it up with rook c1 or even knight b5. I mean, okay, rook c1 first, and you play bishop e7, right?
Right.
Yeah, something like this. I mean, it does look like a very logical continuation. Black needs to get his king to f7 and bishop out on to e7. In order to do so, he needed to move the knight. I'm expecting knight c5.
And does it make a difference if black goes knight c5 or knight e5? Is one better than the other?
Well, if you go knight e5, I get some tempo. For example, bishop f and also bishop e3 hitting the a7 pawn. I do feel that intuitively that you should not be able to have so much time, but okay, this position is very difficult to be answered by intuition. You have to calculate very, very precisely. It looks like it's an innocent endgame, but exactly those endgames come down to very, very precise play. And I believe what Magnus is trying to aim for to keep the game going, to get a clear slight plus, because that would be a dream scenario. I mean, if for free he could be torturing his opponent by having the lead, that's the dream.
We've been seeing this opening so much with from the black pieces by Wesley in this entire this entire tournament, actually. And I think the general idea in these positions is that black has an extra pawn, but the coordination and the development is lacking. So white doesn't really want to spend all that time capturing the pawn, recapturing the pawn, but instead developing an initiative. And black's aim is to finish development as soon as he can. And take a look at this, Peter. No knight c5. He stops white from going knight b5 and instead plays a6.
Yeah, very interesting. I mean, why did Wesley feel the need to do so? This is very, very interesting, because I mean, it's a big tempo. It's a big tempo. Let me just develop the bishop, for example, to e3 to understand what are your benefits.
I feel that black has to play knight c5 at some point, because he needs to get king f7 in, which again runs into knight e4 right now. So he needs to move that knight out of the way.
Exactly. He needs to move, but this case,
a6,
why?
Very strange.
I mean, why was this a6 so necessary? Let us just go back 1 second. So after knight c5, was there any way? I mean, knight b5, maybe no, but knight b5, a6, knight d6, rook c6, and then maybe something like bishop e3. Something like this could have bothered Wesley eventually, because I target this knight on c5. You cannot capture on d6 because then I take on c5. You might have to go for something like knight d5, which gives me options. I mean, basically it gives me already this option of taking on e4, and I'm forever slightly better. It's another issue if I can do anything or not. But this explains if Wesley felt like I'm in time to coordinate my pieces, then let me just get this knight b5 out of the position.
But it does look a little slow, Peter, and I'm just trying to think, how can white make it more difficult? How can Magnus make it more difficult for Wesley to complete this idea of knight c5 and king f7? So what was our line if white just plays bishop f4 or bishop e3, a developing move? I don't know which square is better for white. Should he go on e3 or f4?
Yeah, it's a tough question. Very hard to say. I mean,
maybe bishop f4. Okay, bishop e3.
Yeah, it's more natural to put it on e3. On the other hand, with bishop f4, you make sure that black will not play the move knight e5, which we don't know if he wants at all or not. This is a big debate. It does feel like after bishop f4 you should be playing, or maybe can you play the move knight b6? trying to go for the d5 square. Is that a difference? Maybe it's a difference. I mean, I understand why Magnus takes his time, and I believe that this is absolutely the correct way to do this, because if he finds the right placement of these pieces, and Magnus has this incredible feeling for all these finesses, how to coordinate, and yeah, he opts for bishop e3. I like this move more. It does feel more harmonious, and just in case, eliminate knight b6. Okay, if you want, please go knight e5, but somehow this knight e5 doesn't feel so harmonious.
And we've been talking about knight c5 after bishop e3, Peter. After knight c5, can white create trouble with rook c1? Because this rook on c8, it will take a while to unpin itself. Knight a4 is a threat, right?
Yeah, I mean, I believe that I have to play, pardon me, I have to move the king to f7, but it runs into some knight a4, and really how to solve this pin, probably I'm not able, because, okay, b4 is a threat, and yeah, this means that knight c5 is simply not possible. But then what do you do with black?
Knight e5 perhaps?
Yeah, you have to go for this slightly mysterious knight e5, which we didn't know exactly what does it bring, but
And
basically it means that,
anyway. Peter, rook c1 anyway, because king f7, we have knight e4.
yeah, this you have. I mean, this trick you have, because after rook takes c1, you have knight g5 intermediate move, and king g6, rook takes c1, you are starting to capture on e6. I mean, This is really looking very, very good for white.
And after rook c1, you already have a threat of knight d5 in certain positions. So black will have to be very careful. So we've seen knight d5 is in the air now. We've seen that black can't go king f7. Black can't play knight c5. Black can't go knight e5. What can black play?
Yeah, maybe then you have to move the knight, but okay. Or maybe, can you play the move knight? I don't believe, because then you will be pinned. So maybe I have to go knight c6. But it's looking really terrible, because anyway, you have all kinds of knight a4, knight is coming to b6, maybe to c5. Also some bishop takes a6 might be hanging in the air. I mean, I just don't know what Wesley should be doing now. And he's down to 10 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. He is definitely out of book. And if he has to now try to solve all these problems over the board, it's going to be very, very tough if possible at all. I'm not sure about this.
It's a very critical moment, because it almost feels like one mistake and there's no coming back from it. Like all these lines that we've seen, Peter, they've got these tactical motives to them. G6, you want to go bishop G7 next. So
yeah, I mean, it's a desperate attempt, because we felt to coordinate our pieces. I remember that Wesley himself used this G6 in his previous game against Magnus. Maybe it does make little sense, but Wesley has played the move rook c6.
Okay, that also makes a little sense, because we've always been seeing tricks with rook c1 and hitting the rook with knight d5 check and these discovered attacks. So he just places it on a safe square, and rook c1, king d8 played.
Wow. Wow.
Very interesting.
This is very, very, very interesting. I find it hard to believe that it works, but I mean, we haven't seen the engine bar jumping big. In fact, it's in chilling mode. So maybe Wesley feels these positions extremely well. I mean, otherwise to find this a6, rook c6, king d8, it's almost impossible in a rapid time control. Only if you are really into the positions.
I completely agree with that. This is not an over-the-board idea that you can get. It's definitely something that you have seen, that you've prepared, maybe not in exactly this position, but you understand the subtleties of the position. You know that this plan exists, because ideally you want to go king f7. But with a knight on d7, that's just never possible, as we've seen threats of knight e4 become a reality after that. So with king d8, he opens up the bishop on f8, wants to develop it next, but also keeps the defense on the d7 knight intact.
Yeah, Exactly. I mean, somehow keeping things together, I find it very hard to believe that this is possible, but maybe it's possible. The point is that if you do something like knight a4 trying to hit the rook on c6, then I guess the point of black is that after takes on c1, black gets access to the d5 square, then knight d5 comes, all of a sudden you hit white, lovely bishop on e3, and it does feel like this is the most important factor in the position, just disbalance this bishop and get your pieces out. So knight a4 doesn't look like such a clever idea, but then how do you progress?
And Peter, what is black's next move? Does black want to go bishop c5 or bishop b4?
Yeah, one of those two moves. I was also not 100% sure which exactly, but I believe that white's biggest task is that he feels that black wants to do something after king d8, so he feels that it's his turn to come up with a really good plan. The big question is, can he come up with a really big plan, or maybe black, just thanks to this incredible rook c6, king d8, will eventually solve his problems. I don't know, it's not easy for white now, all of a sudden. I mean, I don't want to change one pair of rooks unless I gain something immediate. I feel like, okay, a move like rook d2 doubling on the d file doesn't give me anything, and I'm running into bishop b4 pin. So rook d2 is out of question. A move like a3, which would stop bishop b4, feels a bit slow. Then black should be able to play the move bishop c5. But one thing, yeah, this bishop c5, little bit, I mean, there is this idea of knight a4 going for this ultra sharp position, but this is definitely not what something white wants, because at the end of the day, I might win one pawn back, but I'm still pawn down. And Magnus goes for bishop d4. Yeah, this is the most natural thing, because he kind of signals that I might be able to capture on f6 at the right moment, trying to use the fact that you have to take back with the pawn, and then I might be able to take on e4 and go for some complications, but I'm not really getting it. I mean, I'm not really getting it how dangerous this could be.
Okay, let's just show that. For example, if black continues with the plan like bishop c5 or bishop b4, then you just trade on f6, and black doesn't have the option to pick up the bishop with the knight, loses the e4 pawn, which is why Wesley has decided to develop on d6 with the bishop, intercepting the pin, so that after bishop f6, he still has the opportunity to go knight f6.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this previous line, bishop c5, illustrates very nicely what Magnus had in mind with bishop d4. So basically, he made sure that bishop c5 idea is not possible in the position. On the other hand, after bishop d6, the big question is how will he proceed? Because let's not forget, king moved to d8. Black has the right to come back with his king to e7 now that he developed the bishop to d6. Black is pawn up. Before that, white could have recaptured this pawn at any given moment. He was not really going after the pawn because he wanted to get the initiative. But if black develops and keeps the pawn, then actually he might be, it's double pawn, but still be healthy pawn up. So Magnus has to be careful.
And actually, Peter, the more I look at this position, the more I feel that there's no direct way for white to neutralize this material imbalance currently. So he still maintains the pawn, and bishop d6 could also hint at a move like bishop f4 at some point, making this rook on c1 very uncomfortable.
Yeah, this is one additional factor, but I believe the most important thing that finally Wesley got out with his bishop to d6, and he's ready to move his king back to e7, getting perfect harmony. And then just imagine something like rook h8, and all of a sudden white's rook on c1 would be also challenged. It would be white who gets pinned on the c file.
Yeah, king e7, rook c8 looks like just a very natural plan after this.
Yeah, I somehow have the feeling that maybe Magnus, if he can, he should just shut this game down, because all of a sudden I don't see any of this really nice compensation stuff, and black's play is now so natural. Yeah, before we didn't know what should black do, and then Wesley came up with this a6, rook c6, king d8. I mean, this just a stunning way of defending this position. And now with bishop out on d6, it looks all perfect sense.
No, yes, absolutely. A very incredible idea by Wesley. A6, a move that we couldn't understand, but the follow-up showed us what Wesley had in mind and solves all his opening problem. You said, Peter, Magnus needs to shut it down, but I really don't see a direct way for Magnus to do it at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there are options like, with f3, you try to challenge this pawn immediately. And in fact, it would be a terrible idea from black side to hang on to this pawn with ef3, because then with bishop f3, white gets terrible initiative. He might just win immediately. But the problem with f3 is that it does nothing. Black might simply continue with king e7 as if nothing happened. And imagine a scenario when white captures on e4, black takes on c1, white takes on c1, black captures on e4, f takes e4, and suddenly we get a structure where this knight d7, bishop d6 are definitely not worse than white's two bishops. And in fact, white's pawn on e4 feels a little loose. And I believe that it's black cannot play the ideal move bishop e5. If he could exchange the bishops, black could start even play for advantage. Now white is ready to enter on c7. And if black puts the knight on e5, then probably this is just equal. In this regard, I feel that f3 is a move to consider. On the other hand, positionally, it hurts you so much to play a move like f3 because you give up all your positional gains that you felt like you have in the position.
A very tricky position. And Magnus, sorry, go on, Peter.
Yeah, sorry, just one thing. Another idea is maybe just to move the rooks like rook e1, rook cd1, and then bishop f1. Say that I get away from the c file, and if I get away from the c file and I'm able to target the e4 pawn, this is maybe a playable option, but it's a bit slow.
Yes, and then I really like your plan of just king e7, rook c8, maybe going bishop c5 or knight c5 at some point. Magnus down to less than 5 minutes on the clock, so definitely not happy with the way the opening has gone and the current position. And you can look at him and you can see that he realizes that something is amiss.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is such a line that you feel like, okay, black is begging for a draw, so white is the one who can make a draw any given moment. And all of a sudden, he wanted to be ambitious. He wanted to pose problems. And all of a sudden, black gets practical chances. And yeah, he goes for the move knight a4. It's a clear sign of some kind of a desperation, because it's certainly white is not fighting for any advantage anymore. The question is, can he limit the damage?
And Wesley decides to trade, and I like this choice because he did not have time to go king c7 because firstly, white can go rook c6, rook c1, but also that would ruin the pawn structure completely. So trades it off and then goes king e7. Yeah. And if you take it with the pawn, you lose the a6 pawn in some lines. So definitely trades is a good idea, and then goes rook c8, Peter. Then a rook c1 and king e7 on the board.
Yeah, he takes and puts the king on e7. I mean, this is the perfect spot for black's king. I mean, it's perfectly safe. It harmonizes the pieces. Black gets ready for rook d8. Black gets then ready also for some bishop e5, exchanging the dark squared bishops. I mean, I start to wonder if Wesley will, having seen what happened in the opening, I would have said there is just no way black can ever get any winning chances out of this game. But let's not forget, so far we have seen 5 decisive games. It had been an incredible, completely crazy final with so many twists and turns. So are we on the way of seeing another twist? Because that would have been, that's completely something which would be not expected from this opening.
Not expected, but I still think it's too early, Peter. Yes, black has an extra pawn, but it's e4, e6, 2 double pawns. White has the double bishops currently. And I know the engine bar, as we can see, the evaluation bar does like black's position, but I wouldn't, somehow for me, intuitively, yes, this is a dream scenario for Wesley to get this out of the opening, but it's very hard to believe that white is doing so bad here. Because, okay, let's try and come up with a plan for black. What is black's next move after g3? How are you fighting?
Yeah, I'm gonna play rook d8.
Just simply rook d8.
Yeah. No, the point is I'm not saying that white has a very bad position. Maybe it's only slightly uncomfortable. I wouldn't say that black has anything more. The problem what I'm seeing with white's position is that it's so easy for black to play because you just play the move like rook d8. You keep the pressure on the clock. Magnus down to 4 minutes. Definitely, a little bit psychologically shaky at this moment because I can imagine sitting in his shoes that, I mean, in this opening, I had so many options of just putting some little pressure without taking any risk at all. I wanted to have more and finally end up with much less than I could have got.
No, completely dream scenario for Wesley with the black pieces. Now he's got the extra pawn. Don't know if it's enough to fight for a win. It's definitely enough to fight for something. Not sure if it's winning or not. Peter, a move like rook d8, I'm thinking if white could go knight b6 there and try to get knight c8 in if black would be cooperative.
Exactly. I mean, knight b6 I believe should be played. I have to capture on b6, and here we see the reason why Wesley is hesitant to play rook d8, because now bishop takes b6 wins a very, very big tempo. And okay, I can play the move rook d7, and I'm probably hinting at bishop e5 and knight d5 together, but it does give you time to coordinate your pieces.
Yes, and still black feels like he's doing well even here though, because not very clear how white is coordinating and what, because even a move like rook c8, like you mentioned, rook c8, bishop e5, bishop c5, king f7 is fine for white, for black.
Yeah, absolutely. This knight on f6 is so nice. Black has very nice pieces. Black is threatening to enter with rook d2. I mean, the bishop on e5 does an incredible job protecting also the c7 anti-square. So I'm a little bit surprised that Wesley is taking so much time. He's still 2.5 minutes ahead on the clock, but so far he has been playing so quickly. I expected that he might try to, on the other hand, maybe he feels, that this is the moment. Why should I not spend time? Yesterday I hurried sometimes too much. Maybe it's the moment to slow down, find the right plan, and then try putting the pressure.
And it's very critical because perhaps Wesley was also not expecting to get this little something from this opening. The whole idea was, I repeat what I did yesterday, could have saved it very easily at some point. A draw is fine, move on with the white pieces. And then suddenly you find yourself where there is a little discomfort for white. So a critical moment for Wesley, but Peter, he needs to make moves. He needs to move now and keep that slight edge on the clock, because even though position-wise he is more comfortable, but it's not very clear. He needs to build up that pressure on the clock as well.
Yeah, that was my feeling as well, and why I was turning so optimistic for Wesley's chances, that I don't know exactly how big it is, the chance that he can get anything out of the endgame, and finally rook d8 played. Wesley might regret it very, very much that he has spent like 3.5 minutes on this move, because in bullet game he would have played rook d8 instantly. So clearly he was kind of considering some options. He was calculating a lot of lines. He was probably comparing those lines, that which moves give him the most chances, and finally opts for the most natural move.
And this is a very interesting insight, Peter, that if it was a bullet game or a shot at, or even maybe a blitz game where you're playing quickly from the very beginning, rook d8 would be your hand move, that you make it instantly. But here, Wesley burnt 3.5 very important minutes, which he had a big time advantage on the clock. Now, as we see, although he still maintains it, the world champion down to 3.5 minutes. Is he going to go knight b6 or not? I am expecting knight b6 on the board because I find this knight on a4. What is it doing anyway? Do you think he's gone for bishop e3? No knight b6.
Yeah, he got bishop e3, and then I can imagine, this is the typical scenario. Wesley was hesitant of playing rook d8 because of some lines that disturbed him, and he was calculating them, and finally he convinces him, but anyway, rook d8 is the best move. You make this move after 3.5 minutes, and your opponent almost instantly, okay, here in this moment, Magnus took like 1 minute for bishop e3, but sometimes it happens that your opponent instantly makes a move, something that you did not even expect, and then you feel completely stupid that why on earth didn't I just play this move rook d8 much earlier? Wow, things are heating up. So after bishop e3, Wesley used the chance of activating his knight d5 was played, bishop g5 check had to be played, knight f6, knight c5, making good use that suddenly the c5 square is available. Bishop takes c5, rook takes c5, h6. An endgame which we cannot really see too often. I mean, two knights fighting against two bishops. Now white has to be careful. I mean, he has to keep the two bishops alive. I mean, bishop takes f6 would be an incredible blunder because black captures with the pawn on f6, and after protecting his e4 pawn, he gets a very powerful e4 pawn instead of a double pawn. After h6, Magnus has to find a good square for his bishop.
And what is this good square, Peter? Because, or maybe it doesn't work. I was looking at this line. If you come back to d2, I thought black could go e3 here.
But then
But
can I take the bishop?
You have bishop e3. I was looking at fe3 and knight e4, but I think after bishop e3. Although even there you trade, yes, and rook c2, you take on d2, you take on e3.
Yeah. And then you are healthy pawn up, and it should be a technical win. Magnus, in any case, brings the bishop back all the way to c1. It's kind of the logical way, and also the general rule. If your opponent has knights and you have bishops, try to move your bishops as far back as possible because you get out of your opponent's range.
But also, now that I'm looking at it, maybe there's a concrete reason for that, because maybe Magnus did not like this bishop d2 e3 idea, because after bishop e3 you trade it off. Can black go rook d2 in that position? Because Peter, like you mentioned, white's big in compensation are the double bishop pair against the pawn. And if black is able to neutralize that, then he'll just be a very healthy pawn up. But here perhaps you have bishop f3. Okay,
yeah, but then you have king d6. That was the crucial move.
Yeah, king d6 is very nice here.
Yeah.
And then you pick up the b2 pawn.
You win the game, in fact, on the spot.
You pick up the b2 pawn, you pick up the a2, so which is why perhaps Magnus decided to fall back with the bishop to c1, and Wesley plays knight b4. I really like this move, Peter. He hits on a2. He's also hinting that knight d3. Again, black's aim is to just neutralize these two bishops, and that would be a big advantage for Wesley. Rook c7, rook d7. You want to play rook d7, defending the b7 pawn. Trades it off.
And so plays the move bishop d2.
Yeah, because knight a2 runs into bishop c4, so you can't get greedy right now. Might have e3 here though, Peter, but you don't want to do. Might have is e3 an option? No,
it is an option, but yeah, really, this is so crazy that you even don't want to consider it. And Wesley has played knight fd5, just stabilizing, centralizing, and now what I really don't like in white's position, that all of a sudden with this very powerful knight, this pawn on e4 is more of an asset than a weakness, because black has all kinds of like king d6, king e5 covering. Knight can jump to d6. It could also have jumped back to c6 and then back to d4. Knight d3 on the board. Magnus, I mean, it's a very rough position to defend. King d6 on the board. I mean, black's moves are coming naturally, and white is kind of paralyzed. He cannot activate his king. The knight on d3 is very strong. Any kind of f3 can be met by even a move simply king e5. Yeah, Magnus plays the move f3. He needs to eliminate this e4 pawn, but this is looking bad.
I think black's position is just getting healthier with every move, and we see on the clock as well, up by 2 minutes. This is Wesley's big chance, Peter. I really like king e5, centralizing the king. And he's taking a little time. Is there another alternative that black has? Because white is wanting to take on e4. So he's gone knight c5.
He goes back knight c5. Little surprise to me, but maybe Wesley knows what he's doing. He wants to go b4, knight b3 maybe. Yeah, and this would just win the game because you hit the bishop, and if the bishop moves to e1, it's the only legal square, then you get knight d4 double attack. So
very nice line.
Yes, after knight c5, now Magnus may be forced to capture on e4. Yeah, f takes e4 played. Knight takes e4 will be played as well.
He's thinking about knight b3, but
Oh, no. Yeah, maybe you have the move knight b3 as well. On the other hand, okay, the point is that it's good if there is no good square for the bishop, but if I can keep my bishop somehow alive and then activate it, but it's not easy. Yeah, it's not easy. Wesley taking his time. He feels that this is a very, very big moment. If he makes the right decision, then he might be able to bounce back. Yeah, very, very dramatic. I mean, who would have thought who would have thought that this is possible? Yeah, I mean, that Magnus wins an incredible game 1 and then Wesley getting incredible chances to strike back in the second game immediately.
he's decided to go for the e4 pawn and bishop c1 on the board. Absolutely, Peter, striking back with the black pieces. And also, even yesterday, he won 2 games against Magnus, a big confidence boost, a lot more than, let's say, if there had been 4 draws with the same result. You know, the fact that you can beat him twice in a day, when things go wrong on the next day, you know you have a real shot of coming back. And just a dream scenario for Wesley right now. Now, the big question is, we've seen this several times, Peter, Wesley having completely winning positions, but something going wrong when the clock runs low. And I think that's something that in this game, Wesley can just not let happen.
Exactly. He has to pay attention to his clock. The only problem for Magnus is that Black's position is so easy now. He played the move e5. He's threatening something like knight e to c3 and then advancing his e5 pawn to e4, paralyzing White's bishops further. Everything comes so natural, and you want to pose problems. You want to pose practical problems to your opponent. But if he's not able to do that, then it's very difficult to get Wesley very low on time. Yeah, knight e3 played. Where do you go with the bishop? I mean, you have to go bishop f1 or, yeah, bishop f1.
So, Peter, what's Black's plan here? Does he go e4, king e5? How does Black improve this position?
Yeah, I somehow felt that this is a very natural plan. Yeah, e4, king e5, king d4, then you continue with e3. You might be maybe at some point play the move b7, b5, fixing later also the structure. Yeah, e4, king f2 on the board, king e5. It's looking very bad. Okay, Magnus uses his only chance. I mean, bishop h3, bishop c8. You need to create such ideas, at least to little bit try disbalancing your opponent. Wesley played the move b6. Yeah, it's a nice move. Just wants to go a5 after bishop c8, saying that I don't mind the trade of one pair of pawn there. And bishop b2. Yeah, Magnus relies on trying to pin these knights.
Which is king d4. Do you want to come back bishop f1 or what?
Yeah, the big question, because after bishop e6, you want to go king d3 or?
That's what I was thinking, if it's
yeah,
possible.
King d3, and for example, bishop takes d5. Maybe you even have the intermediate move e3 check, but...
Or even knight d1, Peter. Knight d1 and pick up...
knight d1 just wins on the spot, yeah, very nice. Yeah, no, I mean, this position looks very bad. I mean, White should never give up the 2 bishops. So bishop b2, king d4, probably he has to come back to f1, but then after e3 check, he can go king f3.
King f3.
Yeah. And this is what I wanted to highlight, that sometimes there is this scenario that, okay, Black has a dream position, looks like it's winning, but you cannot really improve it. You are completely paralyzed. This is the advantage of the 2 bishops. That's what one has to pay attention from the Black side, not to end up in such a box.
But I still think there has to be a way for Black. Maybe he's gone king d4. I think, like we pointed out, bishop f1 must be played. If Black's king is allowed to d3, that would be mega dangerous for White. Perhaps after a move like bishop f1 to not hurry with e3 and play a5 there?
Yeah, I mean, after bishop f1, you should just, you can make any move, b5 or a5, just don't push this e3 because, I mean, you only get in the box once you play them. Yeah, and I like b5 a lot because...
He's gone b5. He's gone d5.
Yeah, just fixing this structure now, you know that white will never have time to activate his bishop going pawn hunting because you are just way too active with your king. And white is kind of in a zugzwang. Maybe white has to play something like bishop a1, bishop b2, but bishop a1 can be met by something like knight b6 and then knight c4. This is maybe the plan from black.
Yeah. I really like b5 because intuitively I felt, Peter, that black should go a5 because in general the idea is not to fix the pawns on the color of the bishop. But you're right, with white having no chance to attack the pawn and no time to do it, b5, knight b6, knight c4 looks like the plan to finish the game. And knight b6 now doesn't work, right, after king e1 because king d2 is a possibility and knight c4 is met by bishop c4.
Yeah, but I mean, if there is a time for e3, then it's probably here to go e3 because...
It's definitely now.
I mean, with the white king stuck
or
on
knight
e1,
e3. Or knight e3, Peter.
even knight e3 is possible. Yeah, because knight e3, I don't have king d2. Yeah, and then already knight c4 is a terrible threat. Yeah, it's...
This would be a big comeback by Wesley with the black pieces immediately after losing game one. And we are back. We have a match on our hands.
But hang on, he played the move king e3. This feels a bit like a shaky move. I mean, why do you play king e3? And Wesley down to 1 minute 10 seconds, exactly what you kind of mentioned that, yeah, this is the scenario Wesley should be trying to avoid, not to go down to seconds because the two bishops are still so tricky. I mean, yeah, he goes back king d4.
King e3 was a very strange move by Wesley.
Yeah, it's like a typical move when you don't know exactly what to do, then you feel like, okay, king e3, bishop c1 check, I'm gonna go back to d4, and I'm not spoiling anything. I might get a couple of seconds on the clock, and then let's see what to do next. But it was a bad sign. I mean, it was a bad sign, like showing that Wesley feels the tension. I mean, okay, who wouldn't? That's another issue, but definitely this is something Magnus can try to benefit, that he feels that his opponent is not that confident of converting this winning position.
Wesley needs to win this game, Peter. And bishop b2 back. He has to play knight e3 or e3. And I think he's going to find it this time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he will. His only problem is that, yeah, he finally goes e3. It's the more natural move. On the other hand, once you told me about this knight e3, I immediately had this feeling that, wow, knight e3 might be designs.
Yeah, once you see knight e3, it's actually a very strong move.
Yeah, but okay, Magnus anyway cannot really do anything. He is just waiting with bishop a1, trying to rely on this spin. But now knight b6, knight c4, just winning, no? At g6 first.
But he has all the time in the world. He can make moves like g6 as well because white's just totally cramped. Pieces are not moving anywhere. So black can improve the position as much as he wants before he goes knight b6. Wesley just has to be careful about the time.
Yeah, now maybe Magnus, good or bad, he has to try to jump out with his bishop to h3. Yeah, bishop h3 played. I mean, if he just sits and waits, it's over. But after knight b6, he anyway does not have the move bishop c8. Wesley goes king d3. So he sees some mate, bishop c8. He should be seeing some force regroupment. I'm not seeing it yet. Knight b1. This is
knight
what
a3 and knight c2. So bishop a6 runs into knight c2, and if bishop b2, you've got king c2. And bishop a6.
That's why he played the move g6. Not just that the pawn is not hanging on g7. This is one thing, but also taking away the f5 square from white.
Very nice. Very nice, Peter.
Very nice, but Magnus is in very big trouble now.
Yeah, and bishop b2 just runs into king c2, no? So it looks like it's also possible to play knight d2, Peter, instead of king c2.
Yeah, knight d2, yeah. Knight d2, because if you already have a king on d3, it feels like you just don't want to move it, and now knight f3 is coming, so bishop g4 had to be played, but now white is completely paralyzed, he cannot move. Black will play the move knight c, but knight c3, can I take and put my king on e2? And yeah, anyway, Wesley has gone for it.
So bishop c3, king e2. Does he want to go knight, king d4 here? But then
Yeah, king
bishop
d4.
c8.
I mean, it's also knight c4, yeah. I mean, he just wants to take on a3, but he should protect with king d4.
I can't see the evaluation bar on our screen, Peter, but I do feel that Wesley had something better there. Okay, now we have it back and we can see here he's still completely winning. So what's the cleanest way? He picks up the pawn on a3, bishop a6, and now king d4.
Or knight c2 as well possible. I mean, there are all kinds of tricks, all kinds of possibilities. I mean, it does look like a win, but I felt like with the two knights, you were dominating the position so much that there was no need to calculate whether you want to win the bishop, but you give up the e3 pawn, and not that suddenly by accident we see this miracle escape like Magnus escaped against Jan Nepomniachtchi in that night ending when he gave up his knight.
I was just thinking about that line. I think you should have it on the board because I really think, Peter, that there's a big chance that white might survive that. You have to be careful about this option. He's gone king d4.
Yeah, he wants to keep his e3 pawn. Because what we have been talking about is something that, for example, black takes on b4, you take on e3, you go king c3. One can argue that this pawn is unstoppable. Yes, the pawn is unstoppable, but in the meantime, maybe white will get his king active and somehow get here, but actually it's impossible. Here it's impossible because I will always be able to somehow stop the...
But I like what Wesley's done, Peter. He maintains the e3 pawn and brings the knight with a tempo to b1 because bishop b5 was not possible because of the fork on c3. King d1 played, so knight c3, king c2 is going to be played, not allowing king d3.
And not just king c4. Not just first he even goes g5. Yeah, I mean, he just wants to put everything on the dark squares, and he says that I have king c4, king takes b4, and then e2 against king d3, and I'm just completely winning.
Amazing. g4, king c4 is what we're expecting.
Yeah, king c4, and it's just elemental because you capture on b4 against king d3, you go e2, white has to go king d2, then you can just move your king, even don't have to defend the knight anymore because the pawn is queening. White can finally never capture on e2 because then you anyway have a winning pawn endgame, and you start pushing the pawn, your king can march to g4 pawn, it's just completely over. Wow, incredible. I mean, I think our silence says it all. It's so unexpected. I mean, we did not expect this twist, but okay, we have to get used to that. All our finals are completely crazy, out of control. The most unexpected things are happening, and that's why it's so thrilling.
And that's exactly how we like it, Peter. You're totally right. And I'm just thinking, yesterday we had all these games where white was the one who finished on top, 4 white wins. And so far, it looks like black's getting the revenge in. This would be the second black win of the day.
Yeah, and I think it's time for Magnus to resign and get ready for the next game. Yeah, bishop f5 still on the board, but b4, bishop d3, and he simply cannot do anything. Just king b2, b3, and slowly pushing and queening the pawn.
He can go b3 immediately, right? No, yeah, he can go b3 immediately.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, that's the elegant way. I mean, but yeah, and Magnus designed.
That's it. We do have a match on our hands, Peter. It's 1-1. And whoever was writing Wesley off after that game won, not so quickly. He's leveled the score. Peter, that was an incredible comeback by Wesley with the black pieces.
Unbelievable. I mean, after Magnus won the first game, I was a little bit worried for the match itself. I mean, not for Magnus, of course. Magnus would be very, very happy to finish the match. But for us, we want as much drama as possible. And we know that these finals are capable of delivering some incredible dramas. I think by now everybody has to start getting used to it, and don't miss out on action. I mean, just if you don't know chess yet, then pick it up, learn the rules, start following, because you are missing on so much. It's just insane.
It's just insane, and no better time than now to do what Peter is saying, because there is a 50% off ongoing premium on Chess24. You've got all your resources there to improve your game, to get into it. You'd also have the opportunity to interact with our tour participants throughout the year, besides the chance to bring back one player after every tournament back into the tour. So lots of benefits. The biggest ever sale, Black Friday, is on. And Peter, I have to say that this game just was an absolute masterpiece by Wesley. You know, that A6, Rook C6, King D8 idea, something that we don't see every day. Magnus had prepared this new move with coming Rook D1, Bishop E2, but I really like the way Wesley maintained his pawn on E4, coordinated his pieces, and then just very fine technique by Wesley there.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. I mean, let's just see this position. The moment when yesterday Magnus brought this novelty bishop c4. I don't know exactly this line, so it might not be a novelty, but look at this. Black's king is on d8. The bishop is undeveloped on f8. Black plays the move king e7. He gets he brings the king. He's completely in disharmony. He doesn't know how to develop the bishop. So one can argue that, yeah, Black tries to go as quickly king f7 as possible and developing the bishop, but he has no time for it. Magnus goes Rook d1, basically fixing that the king can never move to f7 because it always runs into the tactics with knight takes e4. So Rook d1, Rook c8, Bishop e2, and now we have been debating that should Black try to play knight c5, should he play knight e5 somehow. It was never really comfortable. We didn't find a good way to do that. And then all of a sudden Wesley goes a6 and we had simply no clue what he's doing. And then 2 moves later after Bishop e3, Rook c6, Rook ac1, even here we were not sure yet what he is doing. And after King d8, it struck us that, wow, this is incredible. I mean, why this King d8 has such a big psychological effect? Because the king from d8 was moving to e7, and now from e7 it moves to d8. I mean, truly impressive.
Truly impressive, and the chess doesn't stop. The good stuff keeps coming in because, Peter, we are being joined by Vlad. So let's welcome him on the show. He's just in time because the drama is heating up. Vlad, welcome.
Yes, good evening. I've even had a very brief look at both games. Yes, so how is it going?
We want to hear it from
Hello,
you,
Vlad. Very happy to have you. And I think we want to ask you, if you really had a brief look, then what are your impressions? Not necessarily variation-wise, but what is your impression? Black has won 2 games in this matchup so far.
I don't know. I mean, it looks like at least this position doesn't look like White is completely lost yet. Yeah, that's my feeling. I mean,
yeah, definitely. But just 2 moves before, we were wondering if is Magnus really getting the pressure? And look at this. It was like that Magnus came up with this Rook d1 new move. Wesley played the move Rook c8, Bishop e2, and here Wesley started to think like for 3-4 minutes. And he came up with this a6, Rook c6, King d8. To us, it was kind of mind-blowing.
Well, I mean, maybe it's okay. Well, it's hard to say, yeah, but it still looks like it's really difficult to lose it with White, this position. How did it happen? I mean, I just saw already with knights and then for total domination for Black, but here...
made it look very easy from here, Vlad. Let's just go on, Peter, and take a look at how it went.
No, I had the feeling by following that Magnus felt that with Bishop d4, because he was after King d8 not feeling that comfortable, he was taking his time. He felt that with Bishop d4, he just gonna shut the position down. Okay, I have.
But you mean shut down? He wants to make a draw.
To make a draw, yeah. By taking.
But why not to play? Why not to play for a win like g4? I mean, I don't know. Instead of Bishop d4, can I do g4? It looks very logical. Just to try to go g5 and take on e4, maybe.
Okay, I play the move h6.
h4. I insist.
You insist, okay. But okay, at the end of the day, the h5 will be open. Maybe can I play bishop c5? I also have this bishop b4 idea and then capturing on c3 and going knight d5. I mean, it's not
yes,
so easy.
but it's no, of course. But I mean, it seems to me that it's white who is fighting for advantage. No, or you think black is fine already?
I mean, I had the feeling, and look at this, Magnus played bishop d4, it's still kind of signaled confidence. I believe, and we believe with Tanya, that he missed bishop d6, because after bishop d6, we could see on the camera that Magnus suddenly was getting very nervous, understanding that maybe he just missed this move. And then black is coming to e7. The game continued knight a4. The engine bar suddenly hated this move. This knight a4, he did not like it at all.
Well, I agree. It doesn't look good at all from the first sight. I mean, I still, after bishop d6, doesn't look like anything really bad happening for white. I don't know. I just have some in my mind, some idea before maybe. It looks strange, but who knows? But it's more trying to equalize. Yeah, I mean, it's a strange move, but at least some dynamic. I want b5, and if you take, maybe I take on f6, take on e4, and try to make a draw there, maybe. Takes.
But it's a pawn, yeah?
It's a pawn, but yeah, the question is if you can manage. Yeah, I have some initiative. But yeah, still, I mean, it doesn't seem to me that white is really risking anything yet. I mean, of course, not necessarily before, but I mean, I don't know. Doesn't look like black is already better to me.
No, our feeling was just that by now also Wesley had gained quite some upper hand on the clock. I mean, he had like 8.5 minutes versus Magnus is 4.5. Magnus was getting more and more shaky. And practically speaking, black's position is so easy to play, yeah? And
yeah, no, that's true. But knight a4 doesn't look great. But okay, so what was takes king e7, I suppose?
Yeah, g3, rook d8. And now Magnus played bishop e3. And here it looks like Wesley judged perfectly that this two knights position versus the two bishops will be just very, very good for him. Maybe Magnus felt that this gives him chances, but all of a sudden after h6, bishop c1, knight b4, black was just too active.
No, I think white shouldn't have changed the knight. Actually, I understand it's very general and very abstract, but I've noticed that against two bishops, the only force which can really fight is two knights. I mean, bishop and knight is always worse than two bishops, but sometimes two knights are dominating two bishops. You know, my experience shows that I would try to avoid this, two bishops against two knights in this position, especially then I think it shouldn't be too difficult to make a draw. But with two knights, knights are coming to d5, d3. Here, I believe that that's already better for black.
Yeah, in fact, how the game progressed, it turned out that it's maybe just elemental winning, because look at this, he comes with tempo, and even after exchanging this f pawn, he didn't manage to get any.
No, you see, knights are dominating. Yeah, very powerful knights. Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah, because two knights, especially if they're in the center, they actually take away a lot of squares. Yeah. Somehow, and it's difficult to keep two bishops safe, because there are always some forks coming. No, here that is already completely lost. Yeah, that's clear. Okay, but it makes it entertaining. 1-1.
Not just 1-1, Vlad. We've had 6 decisive games so far in this final. I don't think we've ever seen a knockout phase with so many decisive games. Are you still sticking to your 55-45 percentage to Magnus?
Yes, I still.
And I still stick to my 50-50.
So the difference is not huge anyway.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I would say it's 50-50, but just because of the name, I give 55%.
Yeah. I understand. Also, yesterday when we discussed, there was this Instagram poll and it said like 82% for Magnus, And then, you know, I'm always saying that I believe thanks to the tournament and the way Wesley has played 50-50 is more correct. And then I put my hand on my heart and I felt like, you know, if I'm given two names that you cannot talk, Peter, you just have to pick. You have Magnus and you have Wesley. Whom do you pick? Then hand on my heart, I also felt like, okay, yeah, I have to pick Magnus because simply the guy almost always wins. But I mean, okay, look at this, it's just so close.
Yeah, but I mean, of course, it's totally random now because you see it's strange. I think I went very briefly. The first game, it looked like to me like Magnus have played it very well. This one was not a masterpiece from his side, obviously. Yeah, all of a sudden, in a type of position which is supposed to be his, his cup of tea. So hard to say. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, and this one.
Yeah, if already you are with us, Vlad, and you mentioned this first game, I mean, look at this. After a5, a4, Magnus goes bishop b4 check, c3, bishop f8. I'm the commentator. I should be trying to explain the audience what is happening. What can I tell after this?
You tell that that's the computer suggestion. That's all. I mean, I don't know, but I'm sure. I mean, otherwise you would. It's impossible to play it. So I'm sure it's the first line of the computer. And that's basically enough of explanation nowadays. Nobody has any more questions nowadays if you just tell that this is a computer's advice, you know, that this is the first line. Even if rook h7 would be played, if it's the first line of the computer, that's enough. That's more or less enough of explanation.
And I think the other question, Peter, that's been put to rest when we were having the semifinals, the popular opinion, Vlad, and the popular thought was that we were going to see a final between Magnus and Hikaru. I think that was definitely to do with a lot of nostalgia for what we saw in last season of the tour. But the way Wesley has been playing and the way this final has gone, absolutely no doubt that Wesley belongs right here. And it's not going to be easy for Magnus, this one.
Of course, Wesley belongs here. In fact, in general, I think that he is, he hasn't realized his potential fully yet. I think that he can do even better. Okay, he's a very stable top 10 player, but I believe his talent and his class is already, big enough to be really challenging the Magnus in a serious classical chess. I believe that he really can do it. It's my opinion, and something is missing little bit, and then he cannot really manage. I don't understand how. He's one of the, to me, in my personal opinion, my assessment is one of the main one of the main underachiever in top chess nowadays. I believe that he's extremely strong. He has extremely high level of understanding and class and very good knowledge open. So maybe something more, psychological, etc. Maybe that's more more of an explanation, because his chess is really very good in my opinion. It's really maybe not completely on the level of Magnus, but very, very close. And I think he could. So I hope he will manage to overcome a certain problems or whatever you call it. That he can realize his potential, because that's always nice to see when people are realizing their potential. And he's got it. He's got a very big potential in my opinion.
Wesley, so is currently the world number 9, and Vlad, you make a really interesting point. We do have kickoff bit, and we see a Caro Khan again. So Vlad, what do you think about this opening choice by Magnus? We saw him play the Caro in the first game and repeat it again. What's your take on this opening approach?
No, well, nowadays Caro-Kann is a very sharp opening. Actually, it's when you play Caro-Kann, it's maybe the main opening to play for a win with black nowadays. Very strange, but it is the case. And positions are pretty complicated, especially after if white is playing e5, which I don't really think it's Wesley's style, but okay, still. And then c5 or bishop f5 positions are very, very sharp and complicated. So I think that's basically playing Caro-Kann. Actually, as strange as it may sound, but it clearly shows that Magnus is in aggressive mood. He wants to play for a win.
Right. And Vlad, the thoughts that you shared about Wesley right now, Magnus reflected the same thing when he mentioned that Wesley is an extremely strong player, barely makes any mistakes, but perhaps his own thinking gets in his way. And we've seen Wesley to be such a modest and a humble person. And he always says how he thinks that, Magnus is a better player. In an interview, he said it himself. Do you think it's this little too much respect and just his absolutely modest and humble personality that perhaps comes in a way he's too nice a guy?
Well, I don't think it's, you have to be arrogant person or, aggressive person to become world champion or to fight for the title. I mean, Vish is also very nice guy, is very polite and so on. But when he sits, when he plays over the board, he doesn't care about it anymore. He just comes and beats you, and that's it, and end of a conversation. So I'm not sure it is so much connected with that, but it's clear that I think Wesley is playing a bit too cautious. Yeah, I agree with you. You can feel this little bit lack of confidence of this brute force, when you just don't care who is in front of you and you come there and you just want to win and that's it, that is a bit missing, in my opinion. But of course, he knows much better than us, what exactly is missing. But it's clear he can improve. I'm absolutely sure. I'm absolutely sure he can. I mean, he's already a very strong player, but I believe that his class is and his abilities are much higher than number 9 in the world. I think he must be a top 5 player for sure, no doubt about it. In my opinion, I don't know what Peter thinks about.
Actually, let me join into this conversation. I feel very much the same as Vlad said, because and maybe there is also an explanation why Wesley is so dangerous in this rapid and blitz format. Because then there is no time to think about the respect. You just have to play the game. You don't have time to think. And we see that what he's capable of doing. And one thing, that I had a feeling, because like in 2016, 2017, I felt like Wesley is already extremely strong. And then he came to this candidates tournament to Berlin in 2018 with the hope of trying to fight for winning the candidates. And that tournament didn't go well for him. And in fact, he was struggling throughout the event. He started with 2 losses, if I'm not mistaken, at the very beginning. Then he won a fantastic game against Levon, showing his potential, but then he never really kept going. And the way how he thinks, that he has the tendency of maybe overestimating his opponents. Maybe this result kind of showed him that, I'm not yet ready. And all of a sudden, it was Fabi's glorious moment when he won the candidates and had this incredible World Championship final match. And maybe kind of Wesley needed some time to adjust to the new situation. And maybe now it's the time that he will start to show his full potential.
Well, let's see. I think that there was a year 16 or 17 when actually I think he won this Grand League or whatever was the name of the tournament, and I think he was actually showing the best chess in the world at that moment. And so there was already quite some time ago there was a clear proof that he can do it. So I don't think you need more proofs. I mean, so I don't know. It's to me. I mean, kind of time runs. I don't know. He's still very young, but he was already a player who could be fighting for the world championship already some years ago. I mean, so it's time just to tell to yourself that, okay, enough of jokes. What is this number 9? No, it's not good number 9. I'm better than number 9. You just have to be confident. And I think that even if you are not deserving being in top 10, it's better to think that you do. But when you fully deserve, I mean, it's a crime to start, being satisfied with with number 9. I hope he is not satisfied with number 9, and you can clearly see even this match that okay, there is no reason for him to be happy being just top 10 player. I mean, he clearly can do more. I mean, just a bit of psychology, a bit of wisdom, maybe some openings, some little tricks. In my opinion, he's a little bit playing too, I don't know how to say, straightforward, a little bit too predictable, in my opinion. But there are a few little points, but he doesn't need to change much. I mean, I think that he is basically ready for really 2800 rating and so on. I mean, I don't see any chess problems in his play, really. I mean, so let's see.
Yeah, and now maybe let's jump back to the game because it's a fascinating position. I mean, a very, very sharp line, just as Vlad said. Nowadays, the Caro-Kann gets completely out of control. It's not the solid opening that people used to think about Caro-Kann earlier. Let's just quickly see how did we get here. So Magnus deviated. I mean, he chose to play c5, d takes c5, e6, a3. So suddenly, Caro-Kann structure turns into French structure. So a lot of dynamics, queen h5 and queen c7.
Yes, the only thing that queen c7 is not threatening a pawn, yeah? Knight takes e5 is not a threat yet. So white can ignore it and maybe play knight c3, but I guess rook e1 maybe is... because if knight takes e5, knight takes e5, queen e5, bishop takes g6. I mean, let's say if white plays some move, b3, whatever, yeah? I mean, then bishop g6 and white wins the piece. So now the question is...
I mean, Wesley has played the move b4, bishop e7 is on the board already.
That's logical, yeah. That's logical because maybe black wanted to go knight d4 at some point. Well, here, of course, strategically, white is doing well, but...
Peter, maybe we can just show why knight e5 was not a threat at that moment, Peter, with a move like knight c3, knight e5 or knight d2 could not be taken. Because you just grab back on e5. The knight can't take on e5 because of mate on h7, and queen e5 runs into bishop g6.
Mm-hmm. And queen...
Yeah, and I think also very important to mention that queen c7 does serve a very important purpose, because one of white's main idea of going queen h5 is to play the move knight g5. Threatening on h7, and if you play h6, which is forced, then you have the option of taking on f7. Mm-hmm. And in this regard, I feel that the queen on c7 is ready to be part of this.
Yeah, queen f7, and then take on f2 and so on, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and queen e7, that should be fine for black. But before... Yeah, okay, it's next few moves are decisive here. I mean, if white manages to finish his development, knight d2, rook e1, of course, black's position will be quite bad, let's put it this way. But of course, black will try now to create some counterplay. I would consider, of course, f5 at some point next, or maybe even h6 I would consider. Rook e1, maybe it's a little slow. No, Peter, what do you think? I would have preferred a move like knight c3, maybe.
Just like this, yeah, immediately.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, just if I can, yeah, because I want knight e2. Yeah, I don't know if rook e1, something like that. Yeah, no, maybe it's fine, but rook e1 now. I mean, since white is not developed yet, I would be quite worried about moves like f5 here, or I don't know if it works f5. Yeah, I guess ef5, af6, bishop f6. Because if it works, it's very good. I mean, yeah, bishop takes f6, rook takes f6.
Then knight g5.
Knight g5, and okay, it's very sharp, yeah? Some queen f4 moves possible. I don't know if queen, I mean, yeah, it's queen h7, knight h3, yeah? It's extremely sharp position because you are not developed yet, yeah? I mean, let's say, okay, queen f4 was just the first try, but maybe...
But also this knight g5 illustrates what black has to worry about, and I believe that's also the reason why Magnus opted for bishop e8.
It's quite typical bishop e8, yeah.
Yeah, protecting his g6 knight and also eyeing indirectly the queen on h5.
But after knight g5, h6 anyway would run into knight e6, right? Or is that not working after h? I don't know if bishop g5 is the point here, perhaps bishop g5, but h6 is knight e6.
Bishop g5 must be better for white, yeah? I mean, this bishop. So h6, knight takes e6. Yeah, this looks interesting. Fe, I mean, the only thing that, again, if knight d2 instead of rook e1 would be played, then
maybe
it would
rook
be
f5
working,
here.
yeah?
Rook f5 here.
Yes, rook f5, queen g4,
Rook
h5,
queen g4, rook g5, queen e6.
Maybe. h5, yeah, probably.
Also e5 pawn is hanging maybe.
Yeah, h5 is nice as well.
Yeah.
But you could have taken on f7 maybe, but I'm not sure. Knight takes f7 instead of knight takes e6. But then knight f4, probably. But anyway, Wesley is not going to play like this. It's not his style at all.
Yeah, it's just too complicated, and with this little time on the clock, you know from the beginning that you cannot figure it out.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with the move queen g4, for instance, just to stop f5, because black doesn't have much play here. Then only this f5 move.
But now finally, Wesley played your previous suggestion, knight c3. He goes for it.
Of course, now black badly needs to go f6, f5 sooner than later, because, well, if he doesn't manage, he will have a serious problem. Yeah, just positionally, his position will be very difficult. So, but I don't see how. I mean, f5, you can even just take on f6 and take on e6 in the most primitive fashion. Probably.
Yeah, one thing black always has to watch out, he can never get this knight f4 move, because queen takes a7 is then immediately a possibility. That's the problem. So you cannot capture with the rook on f6. You have to take with the bishop, then also you probably run into knight. I would
just take. I mean, my plan was, if I can, just to take.
Yeah, of course.
If I can. I mean, you have knight bishop 3, bishop takes e3, knight d8, but hard to believe it can work. I mean, rook takes e8 is good enough. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, combined with knight g5. Yeah. If this is not checkmate, then nothing. So
no, I don't know. Knight a6 probably, but or h6, maybe h6 at least to get the knight. But white, of course, wants to go knight e2.
Yeah, knight e2. Also, if you don't play a6, maybe knight b5, yeah?
Yeah, knight b5, knight d4. So, I mean, strategically, black's position is very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. And he needs really to find some idea here, just to, because if white just plays a couple of moves, okay, it's much worse than it looks, in my opinion. I don't know what would be your idea, Peter. What
I don't know. That's why, I hate the French from the black side. And if we remember the very last game in Brissago, then I ended up from a Caro-Kann in the French position with this bishop on d7. And okay, this is still my biggest regret about the whole match, because I mean, I hate the French, and then exactly in the critical game of my life, I ended up with this bishop on d7. It's just terrible feeling.
No, I was hating the French myself all my career. I mean, to play like this, but okay. I mean, in general it's playable, but you need to know it very well. I mean, it's this type of structure. I believe you cannot really play it with black without a very deep knowledge, because I mean, really by move per move, because the strategical danger is just too big. Yeah, here. And doesn't seem that Magnus, I think he's taking his time, because I have a feeling he doesn't know what to do. Yeah, I mean, I guess h6 probably.
h6, yeah.
h6 at least, trying to go knight f4. and releasing, I mean, at least now your knight can start to jump at some point. But of course, there are many ideas. Even queen g4 might be an idea.
Yeah, also knight d5 is very tempting.
Yeah, knight d5, but that's, yeah, knight b5. Queen somewhere, queen d8. Yeah, it's pretty bad, no counterplay at all. Queen g4, yeah. At least here knight f4 some, but queen g4 not even given any. Bishop takes g6 is a threat. Yeah, it's pretty bad position here. But so black must try something else then.
Magnus really burning time here. He's down to 7 minutes. The evaluation bar that we see on our screen, Black Peter, it doesn't show that much of an advantage for white. It looks like black is still under control. But like Vlad said, that perhaps the position is worse than what it might seem like.
Yeah, but you see the evaluation, okay, it doesn't matter. So yeah, if queen d7 is played, then it's already bad news, yeah. But the evaluation of computer is, I mean, we shouldn't pay too much attention. I know that people who like chess, who follow, of course, for them, it's what I find is wrong when, you know, just that this assessment is ultimate truth, which is not the case. First of all, it might be not totally correct, and secondly, the most important that, you know, you play a game. In a game, everything seems and feels different, and that's why we are trying to comment, and we are not switching on the machine, because okay, I mean, I'm pretty sure we're more or less the same level. Yeah, me, Peter, with the players who are playing now. I mean, in general, not maybe at this particular moment of time, but in general. And well, I know how would I feel, yeah, in this position, and it's you know, it's more important than objective assessment. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Magnus thinks he's much worse. I'm sure about it. I have no doubt, yeah, that he really believes that he is almost on the edge of losing. I mean, this position.
That bad, huh?
And that's what I would feel if I would be black, even if I know that computer can defend anything, including this position. But I would feel like, you know, I'm in big trouble with black. And so, okay, computer is, we are not playing computer championship, yeah? So we are playing human chess.
Vlad, I just want to take this conversation a little forward. Peter, sorry to interrupt, but you know, a lot of our audience looking to improve their game and looking to get better by analyzing these games of top players. But we often, like you said, get carried away by engine evaluations and this bar that we see. So what would be your suggestion? What is the best time to look at this bar, or how much influence should one take from it? Should one use it at all when they're preparing? Just give us your insights on that.
Well, you have to use it from time to time. Depends on the level, of course, first of all, of a player, and also depends on what. I mean, when you're just trying to improve your chess, better not to use much of it. If you're preparing some opening, you should use more still. Not to rely on it fully, but at least to use more. But if you're studying, trying to improve your end game, middle game, whatever, you know, I mean, just don't even look at it. Just switch off, because it's take books, take games of strong players with their commands better. Yeah, I mean, when they comment those games by themselves and read it, try to understand the structure. Yeah, because that is you know, you become better, you start to play better and to master certain elements when you understand certain structure of it. Yeah, I mean, okay, so what can you really learn from the fact that computer would say here it's 0-6 after this move or that move? I mean, you just don't learn anything. You learn much more when you have a very good comment of a top player who is commenting the game, and he would say, okay, I really hated my position, I thought it was quite bad, and you know, I was now decided that I should play f5 as soon as possible, because otherwise I don't believe I can. I mean, that is something valuable, yeah. Otherwise, just a computer assessment, yeah, it brings much less, I believe. I mean, it's much less helpful. And Peter?
No, I was just saying, Peter, you remember Hari mentioned that the moment you switch on the evaluation bar, you switch off your brain.
Exactly. I mean, that's perfectly the case. And, I very often feel like I'm very happy if my opponent is using the engine to prepare the French, because often, the engine still says it's equal, but, you make just one move by yourself and it's already a lost position. Many, many times. So this is the most important, as Vlad mentioned, also to understand the essence of the position. Why those things are working for black? Why not? When are these dynamic factors? Because like here, we saw that Magnus was taking his time. Vlad was saying that he's not impressed by the evaluation of the engine, that it says that it's more or less equal. Magnus plays the move Queen D7, and then we see that the engine bar jumps towards loving white's position very, very much. That's exactly the danger. And finally now Magnus goes for F6 because he has nothing else to do. Basically,
that's basically what I was saying as an example. That you should try to play F6, otherwise it will be even worse. But I don't believe it works. Really, but at least it's a chance. It's a chance at least. Bishop F7. But so now it's calculation time. So we are in trouble. Peter.
Yeah, definitely. On the other hand, from white side, it looks so nice that from white side, we are able to handle the complications here, I believe.
After bishop f7, can white go bishop f5? Or maybe not. You've got knight f4, maybe. Oh no, queen h7. So maybe bishop f5 is possible.
Bishop f5, but at least maybe some tricks. It's... I don't know what tricks, but...
Because falling back with the rook, Vlad, after the queen trade, it would... it looks like...
No, you can go queen d8 or something after bishop f5. No, it's probably not good for black, but I would prefer this to this, to the position without f6 when white would just maneuver his knight and slowly mate. I better give up a pawn, in a bad position, but objectively, but it's life, There is some life at least.
And he's gone for it. Rook e6 on the board. Is black going to play bishop f7? And I think, Peter, this point that the knight on g6 cannot jump is so important because of the threat on h7.
Yeah, and look at the clock. Magnus is down to 2 minutes 36 seconds, and he has played the move knight c7. Quite a desperate move, because basically he feels that he cannot do anything immediate, but now he took f5 spell under control.
Yeah, so but knight c7, that's not good news.
But at least now he's threatening kind of bishop f7.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels too slow.
Yeah.
Okay, but what is white's next move here now? Is bishop b5 an option? But then you run into knight f4, so it's not an option.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's just show that bishop b5
at
allows
some point,
the counter strike,
maybe even
knight
immediately.
f4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you need this bishop on d3, always threatening the h7 pawn and tying down the g6 knight.
Well, it is, of course, lots of good moves. Must be a big and very nice choice, but still you have to find it. It's easy to say, but over the we can just say that it looks bad for black, but over the board you cannot tell to your opponent, okay, come on, Magnus, it must be bad, it must be lost. You have to show also something.
Find a move. And we haven't even found one for white, just an update.
Yeah, it's looking bad, but this bishop f7 is now very much a threat. This is modern chess, and this is what also Vlad keeps on saying, that as a practical player, you don't care about the evaluation. You feel that here you have some life.
Yeah.
You pose practical problems to your opponent. You force him to calculate. You get him out of his comfort zone. He cannot just lean back on his chair, knowing that he has everything under control, and I will maneuver my pieces the way they need to be maneuvered, because this every great player is capable of. You force them, and there are some issues to solve for Wesley.
Yeah. It's not so obvious. We are thinking Now, okay, we are not very concentrated, obviously. Yeah, not as much, not even 10% of what the players are. I mean, our concentration level, but still, yeah, it doesn't come, I don't see immediate powerful move. Yeah. Of course, there must be ways for white to be better, but doesn't look like there is a very clear refutation.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that came to my mind, something like rook e1, bishop f7. Can I play the incredible?
Yeah, exactly. It came. We are thinking in the same way, something like that.
And then trying to hit on. And look at this, Wesley blunders this knight f4 trick.
What happens after knight f4?
Well,
You have to go for bishop d7, right?
Yeah, but it's just a very big blunder, I believe.
yes.
The one time Wesley took my advice.
Oh, you pointed out immediately that it doesn't work because of knight f4. Come on.
Yeah.
But it's easy to miss, Peter, I feel, because in your head you still think the knight can't move from g6.
Well, frankly, I still didn't like the move, even if queen would go somewhere to c7 or c8, and then knight. I mean, I don't like the move anyway, frankly. But knight f4.
Actually, Magnus played the move queen c8.
Do you think both of them just missed knight f4?
No, but maybe he thinks it's even better because knight f4 is still on the agenda. I mean, bishop b5 is. Now everything is hanging. Yeah.
That is true. The knight on c3 is attacked as well.
I would say probably white will have to take on f6 at some point, and okay, just give up an exchange and try to prove probably enough compensation, but definitely not more than that.
Okay, so if white starts with bishop e8, do you jump knight f4 then, or how does black
bishop
come?
e8, I'm afraid of knight f4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So I would start with maybe rook takes f6. Yeah, here knight f4.
Yeah, this looks bad. Bad news for white.
Yeah, sorry guys, just for 1 second, because something is on my mind. I want to understand that really this rook e1, bishop f7, rook takes f7, rook takes f6, queen sacrifice. Was it winning? For example, queen takes h3. I can.
Rook f7 is the idea.
Yeah, but I wanted to take rook g6.
Still maybe rook g6.
And I want to take rook g7 and then knight takes d5 and I hit the e7 and okay, everything is vamos with all my.
Yeah. It's funny. It's interesting. Yeah.
That's an amazing line, Peter.
Yeah,
So
I mean
queen...
that's the move in the spirit. Of course, I cannot calculate it till the end.
Yeah, but it's interesting. I agree.
But yeah, okay, let's get back to I just wanted to get rid of these swords because I just couldn't concentrate anymore.
So queen c8. Is it? I don't know what to do. Yeah. No.
Yeah. We liked white's position so much, and all of a sudden we only see arguments for black. And Wesley sacrificed.
If you make a move like bishop b5, yeah, that's what I thought. That is okay for white. I mean, that is probably the right way to play. At least white is not worse probably here.
But after knight f4, how do you react?
Knight f4.
Also, Vlad, white is an exchange down, and you say that he's not doing so badly. Can you explain to us why that's the case?
Well, because he has a pawn and very powerful black square bishop. Yeah, I mean that is a reason. But knight e2, I'm not completely sure. Yeah, because of this control on the black squares, but still objectively, it's probably black who is trying here. But he has little time now, and it seems that both players are already not at their best, so anything can happen. I'm just wondering now, knight takes d3, bishop f6 is possible, yeah? Because cd, rook f3, gf, rook c2 could have been very painful, but bishop f6 is possible. Yeah, because this maybe rook takes and rook c2. But bishop f6, rook takes c2, no, it doesn't work, knight d4, yeah. So takes.
Magnus tries the same idea. If suddenly white would to play knight d4, that would run into rook e2.
Ah, yes, some small tricks, yeah. Small but very efficient if it works. And bishop d3 and bishop g6, yeah?
Yeah.
So maybe knight d5, no, it's too much, yeah? Knight d5, rook takes e2, bishop g4, but I don't know, that's too much, yeah? Knight d4. Yeah, white, of course, needs to try to keep two bishops, yeah, in this position, if it's possible.
And Peter, you're going to be very happy to know that I actually asked our producer to check on that line that you mentioned with the queen sacrifice, because I couldn't stop thinking about it, and it actually works. And after rook g6, the computer evaluation is plus 2.4, and there are, maybe we can just quickly show that line because it was just absolutely stunning, Peter. And here you suggested rook e1. We were looking at bishop f7, which looked like black's idea.
Yeah, well, frankly, yeah, sorry, just for a second. I mean, I actually thought instead of rook g6, gh. I mean, of course, I didn't come to this idea, but gh and knight e2 would still be, very okay for a knight b5. I mean, on knight e2, just to stop knight f4, I thought it would be still, well, white is not worse, yeah, at least. But of course, rook takes g6 is much more, yeah, it's much better, yeah.
And Vlad, it works because after rook g6, I'm being told the computer suggests queen f3 as the best move, and rook g7, king g7, knight d5 is just over. And I think after king h6, you just take on e7.
Yeah, I will have some bishop c1 check in my pocket, yeah, somewhere.
But king g7, at least I want to make it. But knight e7, knight e5 check. Yeah, that looks nice.
What a line! What an incredible line!
Yeah, but we have to get back to the game because it's quite dramatic. Maybe we will see a repetition of moves. Yeah, and it's draw. The game is drawn.
Oh wow!
What have happened? I mean,
rook e1 played by Wesley, hitting the knight on e7, king f7, bishop e2. Just as Vlad said, white has to keep the two bishops alive. Magnus took on c2, bishop g4, and
he took on c2, yeah? I'm not sure about bishop c2, yeah, but okay. Well, there were some other moves, but here I have bishop e2, rook c8.
Yeah, this happened.
Actually, I don't know if maybe white could have continued after rook c4, because I mean practically, yeah, because he has some initiative here. I mean some moves like h4. It depends, yeah. If he was ahead on time, I would think of trying to, I don't say white is better, probably worse, but at least it's kind of interesting position to play with white. Knight f3 at some point, you know, lots of tricks, yeah.
But I have the feeling that by this point, both players were kind of happy to get rid of this game because Magnus was probably cursing himself for the opening phase. It really backfired completely, and then Wesley thinking that he's about to win, then blundering and then escaping. I believe they just wanted to finish this game.
Yeah, but it was, I don't know how much time did they have. I actually quite like a move like h4. I mean, from the practical point of view. I don't say it's a good move, but just I want maybe knight f3. Lots of tricks, you know, cheap tricks are there in the position. It's not so easy.
You want to go bishop e6, right?
Well, first I want you to make a move. Yeah, it's not so easy.
Knight c6.
Knight c6. I'm really afraid. Yeah, for your king. Bishop e6 and king knight f. I don't know. It's quite king f8 maybe, but looks scary.
Yeah, it looks very scary, and I think this also just demonstrates why, despite being an exchange down, both Vlad feels that white has got a lot of tricks after bishop e6 in the air, knight f3 in the air, the rook on the open file. But I think, Peter, you're totally bang on right with this evaluation that Magnus was just too disappointed out of the opening, and perhaps Wesley, bishop b5 was something that But it makes me think, because we couldn't come up with another move. And of course, finding this rook f6, rook g6 idea is very difficult to imagine. So if you don't find a move for white here, maybe he just felt this exchange sacrifice was his best chance?
No, I think he, frankly, I think he just missed many things, because also knight f4 was very unpleasant, after bishop b5.
We didn't have a look at knight f4 actually, but perhaps just bishop d7, knight h3, gh3, bishop d7 looks very good for black, because you also end up picking up more stuff.
Unless there is some tactics, black is just better,
Yeah, I mean, bishop b5 is, to my mind, some complete panic move. I mean, you just feel that this cannot be right, and your nerves, because you cannot find another move, finally your nerves forces you to make a move, but it's definitely not something you want to do voluntarily.
Yeah, because I mean, even if we come back to this position, I mean, let's say if you're totally stressed and you don't know what to do, just take on f6 in the here. In the worst case, even this is rook takes f6, I guess. Okay, take on d7, play knight e2. Okay, if you are in panic, I mean, that is probably more or less equal or something,
Yeah, because after rook f6, black has no time to take on h3, because rook f8 is a check. And also, again, a confirmation that, in fact, after bishop b5, knight f4 was losing for white. The computer gives a -5 evaluation here.
No, of course, because also the C line, I mean, it looks really bad, Okay.
Yeah,
so the first draw of the match, Peter.
And what a draw! I mean, we are commenting here, we are enjoying ourselves because it's drama. So imagine what the players are feeling about all this drama. I'm not sure that they are enjoying it so much. When the match is over, definitely, probably they will be happy that and proud that they played an incredible final. But right now, they just try to focus. I mean, and if you play such a shaky game, it's not something that boosts your confidence. It continues to make you more and more worried about what's in store for you in the next game.
Yeah, that's true. I think that the confidence of both players must be pretty low now, and you can see it by the play. I mean that it's. They see that they miss things, both and so on, which is normal. But then I would say that, as I've tried to predict yesterday, that it's totally random, the situation, that actually both players, they do not have, in my opinion, a full control on their play anymore. So it's impossible to predict. I don't know, whoever is white, Magnus is white, but it can end anyhow. I mean, by victory of any of the opponents, by blunder, or it might also be a great game. I mean, you just absolutely cannot make any prognosis now. I can see that it's getting really unpredictable.
Vlad, we're going to take a short break before game 4, but before we do that, I just want, because I really enjoy predictions, Vlad, what do you think? Are we going to have a playoff or not? Just yes or no?
I would say, since there are 3 results and it's totally random, the situation, and there are 2 results against 1. So, I mean, statistically, I would say no.
Peter, yes or no, playoffs?
And I go with the playoff, knowing Magnus that often he doesn't like to leave it to just one game, and he prefers more games. In this regard, I feel that he will, if he's presented with a chance to press for free, definitely. But otherwise, I feel that Magnus is not against a playoff right now.
I'm going to go for a playoff just because I want to see one. And with that, let's take a quick break. We'll be back with the final rapid game of set 2.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the peek inside of the Queen's Gambit Accepted. I'm International Master Sopika Goramishvili, and I'm happy to be here with you on Chessible. Even though I've recorded a lot of various chess opening video series, this is my first one on Chessible, and it is a lifetime repertoire, Queen's Gambit Accepted. Why Queen's Gambit Accepted? Back in 2017, when I had to prepare for the Women's World Knockout Chess Championship, I wanted to have something compact yet complete. This is how Queen's Gambit Accepted became the core part of my opening repertoire, and since then I'm using it successfully in my own games. The Queen's Gambit Accepted, QGA as we call in chess world, is an exciting chess opening. It is a combination of strategy and dynamism. And the goal of this course is to provide you with an exciting, sharp, and reliable, complete repertoire against first d4 and first knight f3. Now let's sneak into the website and see how it works. Here you can see a lot of information about me, about the course, and this is a preview of the course. Now let's get into the chapters and see how it is ordered. I've ordered the Queen's Gambit Accepted in the following way. First, I'm introducing you to the opening, and then we have Quick Starter Guide. A Quick Starter Guide is an overview of the whole repertoire. So we cover the most important lines and give you a bit of feeling of what should you expect from the course. d4, d5, c4, d takes d4, e4, b5, a4, c6, a takes b5, c takes b5, knight c3, a6, knight takes b5, a takes b5, rook takes a8, bishop b7, rook a1 once again, e6, and knight e2. Now, this is the most ambitious line of e4 variation because it intends to play knight c3 and protect the e4 pawn and put pressure on b5 pawn. We cannot allow this. Now it's time to take the pawn. Bishop takes e4, and of course here white's main line is knight c3, but let's take a look at move b3. b3 is way too ambitious as we have a very powerful reply, knight c6, heading to b4 square. B takes c4, and now knight b4. We're already threatened to give check on c2 and regain the exchange back. White cannot do anything about it, so black is doing very fine in this line as well. Now let's see more solid option from white. Here you can see that we are covering all the lines, rook a1, rook a2, which is also very important. We have knight f3 and fourth move sidelines, and you can see we're covering a lot of options here. d4, d5, c4, d takes c4, knight f3, knight f6. This is the start of our journey to knight f3 variation. And here, let's say queen a4. This is intending to take c4 pawn as fast as possible. Then we go very interesting knight c6. After knight c3, we play knight d5, force white to take care either to take on c4 or to do something about knight b6. e4, knight b6, queen d1, bishop g4, bishop e3 to strengthen the d4 pawn, and after e6, bishop e2 and queen d7. You can see the annotations as well. Black successfully preserved the pawn and will put more pressure on d4 pawn after playing long castle. Here we go and push the button, learn moves. And first we are shown how is the line, and then we have a little quiz. What shall we play after bishop e2? For example, here I told you not to be greedy and take the e4 pawn, but instead we should take care of development. So we go knight f6, which is correct move. And after knight f3, we're going to have a check, bishop b4, bishop d2. And here again, we're going to take the bishop and then take on e4. This is a great tool to remember the lines, to understand the position, and to master the opening. I really hope that you enjoy the preview and overview of the course, and I wish you good luck in your games. See you in the next video.
Okay, I'm ready. I am supposed to checkmate black. Okay, I know that queen could go here, but then, the knight. The black knight can stop me if I go here. Okay, so I'm gonna go here. Yay! I got it. All right, this is easy. Next one. White to play and win. Okay. Well, I can go here. Oh, something with the knight. I know it's something with the knight, but I can't take this. Oh, why didn't I do that? Magnus Carlsen, Sergei Karyak in New York, 2016. I was in New York when he played this game. I should know what he did. I should know what he did. Okay, I'm just gonna go for queen here. Needs to be something with the queen. Queen goes here, then king can take the queen. What other pieces do I have? I also, I'm gonna try the queen here. And I did it! Yay! I'm just as good as the world champion Magnus Carlsen. That's the feeling I have anyway. I'm gonna study on Chessible every day.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessible, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world with
Welcome back, and we see Magnus has taken his place. Peter, Vlad is going to come back in a bit. He will be joining us for this game 4 as well. But Peter, a very crucial game. He starts with e4. You mentioned that you're expecting a draw and perhaps a playoff. Why do you think that's the case? Why that approach?
Well, we have seen from Magnus quite many times that he prefers to have as many games as possible to come up with the decisive game. He doesn't like to leave everything for the very last game. And I wonder that, for example, by playing e4, does it offer Wesley the chance, play the Berlin, and I'm going to go rook e1?
Yes, yes. Something tells me it will be another Berlin rook e1, or now there is another way. Yeah, this непомнящий variation.
Yes.
It's even
more direct, yeah?
Yes, even more direct. So let's see.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
We are getting there, yeah. We have seen this also between Magnus and Hikaru that, and rook e1 Berlin is appeared on the board.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Modern chess.
Vlad, you are to be blamed for all the Berlin that we see in modern chess. So don't put
Well, there are ways to fight in Berlin also. If you want to fight, you fight.
This doesn't look like much of a fight. Peter, I have to say that your
Yes.
Your understanding of how this might go also, because it was such a tensed game, and to take a big risk in game 4 is perhaps not something that either of the players want. Magnus is always very open to go into a playoff. And Vlad, what do you think when it's a 5 minute? It's a 5 minute with a 3 second increment. Mm-hmm. How would you rate these two players in that format?
I don't know. Magnus is always strong in Blitz, but it's just 2 Blitz games. Anything can happen. I would have tried this game with white instead.
So still going for 55, or have we improved it to 60 now?
Yeah, well, I don't know. maybe somebody will blunder something here still. No,
And the game has ended. It's a draw.
it's a draw. Yeah.
That's it. That was a bit of a non-event, the game 4. And yes, both players happy to take it to playoffs. Very interesting choice. And we've seen Magnus do that in the World Championship willingly against Fabi. We've seen him do that against Hikaru previously. As Peter was mentioning,
It's becoming fashionable nowadays in general.
Yeah, it's
new
becoming
fashion.
fashionable. You know, in my mind, I believe that it's something very similar to a football match. You know, imagine World Championship finals. The players are completely exhausted already before the final. Then they play for like 150 minutes. And then this last couple of minutes when you can hardly feel that you can run anymore, you try to play for safety. You don't really want to attack. And your opponent also signals that, okay, I also believe we have seen enough. Let's wait for the penalty shootout. And I somehow feel that by going to the playoff, we are getting some kind of this dramatic penalty shootout.
Yeah, something. Well, I mean, I think everybody knows already my opinion about such games. So we better try to speak about the chances in Blitz. In Blitz. But,
what is your opinion about this format, Vlad? Tell us.
No, format is fine. I just don't think it's right to, just not to play such an important game. I mean, right. Of course, it's a choice of players, but to me, yes, I would not do it. I mean, okay, I better lose than make such draw. That's my mentality. But okay, it's I don't insist. People are different.
And I think it just comes down to how the playoff is going to go now. If Magnus comes on top and is able to show that he is able to make the most of the Blitz game, then perhaps, Peter, like you always say, everybody will be saying this is a good decision. If things don't go according to plan, then as Vlad says, with white, you have to take your chances.
Exactly. I mean, this is very similar. I remember that when Magnus had that clearly better position, or at least very promising position against Fabiano Caruana in the very last game of their match, World Championship match 2018, he still felt like the position might be good, but it's just too complicated, and I'm happy to have the tie breaks. And all these tie breaks so far has really gone Magnus's way. In this regard, I feel that it's very natural. The big question is, if he ever loses such playoff, then will he change his mind or not? But until it continues to work, then it's very logical to follow the path.
No, I agree. It's just a matter, to me, I have a little different way of seeing it. I mean, to me, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. Actually, the tie break, it still shouldn't be done. That's my, it doesn't depend if it's not about the result. I mean, you see, chess is not just about the result, yeah? But maybe I'm very old-fashioned, yeah? Maybe it is about only the result, but I feel it's different, yeah? But okay, yeah, whatever, let's see. I mean, if I would keep on losing, I would still keep on playing in such games, yeah? Because, it's a test, yeah? You are risking. But why not? Yeah, life is a risk. Yeah, life is risky in general. But it's life. Yeah, you need to live. Yeah, if you think only about risk. And anyway, but okay, it's nothing to do with chess. It's not. It's just more philosophy. Yeah, life philosophy, I would say. And my life philosophy is different. I think you should just play and see what happens. Yeah, that's it. But okay, anyway, I think that there was a fair chance that if the game would have been full fight, then we wouldn't see a tiebreak. Yeah, at least now we can see the tiebreak.
Yes, and I think a playoff is very exciting for the fans and for all of us, and perhaps. Magnus, it's also been a very long event, Vlad, and stamina and, exhaustion comes into play. Like you and Peter were mentioning in the previous game, confidence takes a big hit when you feel that you're missing things. So just so many.
But you're right, Tanya. But both players are in equal position. Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, we do have a playoff in our hands, and because we've got some time before, I think we've got about 7 minutes before games start again. Peter, you were mentioning yesterday after we wrapped up the show, just your equation, your and Vlad's friendship and yours, just this mutual respect, which is very clear to everybody who's watching this show. And I got a lot of messages about this as well. Peter, can you share what you were sharing with us last night? Because I thought it was very, very insightful just about the World Championship and your equation, because it's really nice to watch both of you analyze.
Yeah, I mean, the point is that before playing the World Championship with Vlad, I felt like, we are rivals. And then we were like, playing this World Championship match, we went on completely our limits. And after the match, it didn't really work out the way it happened. But, I had the feeling that throughout all this negotiation phase, which was before the match, and we had been in a very, very difficult situation, it was not clear at all if the match is going to happen or not. Vlad was always extremely correct towards me. Like he said, Peter, don't worry, you qualified, you won the candidates, I'm gonna play with you. And then we had this World Championship match. Also, I mean, like, it was very, very correct. I didn't feel any pressure, whatsoever. Just I was able to focus on chess and play by best. So once the match was over, I believe that, we got such an incredible deep respect for each other. It's something that lasted ever since. And that was also the reason actually why I ended up working also with Vlad for his World Championship match, because there is this incredible respect for each other.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's very important. I think I always thought it's very, had a very clear division between chess is chess, it's a game, and human relation, it's a human relation. Yeah, I mean, for me, if a player is my opponent or my rival, it doesn't mean that he's my enemy. Or, I mean, it doesn't at all change my my way to see a person. So, and I feel that for Peter it's the same, and that is quite important. I think that's a very important, very big meeting point, for the top chess players, especially because it's not always the case. And the same, I think, is Vichy. Yeah, I mean, it's not personal. Yeah, I mean, playing chess is not something personal. Let's say probably Fischer's very famous sentence, what he likes most in chess, and he said that something like that. It was on TV interview, and said that what I like most in chess is to see the ego of my opponent getting destroyed, something like this. I don't know if it was really the truth, or maybe just he was trying to place a bit some kind of mediatic statement, but definitely it cannot be further from my mentality than this sentence. Yeah, I mean, I don't want the ego of my opponent to be demolished. I mean, I want him to feel well, but it's just the problem that, I mean, okay, if you win, sometimes you understand the pain and it's unpleasant, but what can you do? Yeah, but I always, I never felt like I want that it's something personal, and I believe for Peter is the same. And for me, it is very important humanly.
Vlad, you've always had a very philosophical approach to these things. Whenever we've had a conversation, I've felt that very strongly. And it's amazing to get these insights. All I can say is that for all of us, it's a total treat to watch you and Peter analyze on these games and share your thoughts the way you do. We do have an update, and Magnus Carlsen has chosen black for the first game of the Blitz. Let's just get the scoreboard up of our two sets that we've seen so far. Day one of the finals was absolutely insane with 4 decisive games. punches being traded back and forth. Magnus winning the first game, Wesley second, Magnus third, Wesley fourth, all wins with the white pieces. Set 2 today started with the same fire. Magnus struck first with the black pieces. Then we saw Wesley come back immediately in the second game. The third game ended in a draw, and the fourth game looked like a mutual understanding where Magnus decided to start with e4, showing that if it's a Berlin, he's happy to take it into playoffs. Vlad, is there anything to be made out of Magnus's choice to go black in game 1, or do you think it doesn't matter so much?
No, I think usually in those two games matches, whatever is a time control, I would also prefer to start with black, because then you have kind of more options. In the second game, it becomes more clear what to play for, and then you have white, yeah. So it's a little, very slight advantage to have black in the first game in such situation, and that's why, it's very logical, this decision. But it doesn't mean that much, yeah, of course.
Yeah, because, this reminds me of the World Cups, because all these knockout World Cups are 2 games, and it does feel like, to start with black, it's kind of more pleasant. On the other hand, I also felt like when you are playing with the white pieces in the first game, then you just play with the white pieces. You don't think about the result, because you feel like, okay, there is anyway a second game. So I personally prefer as well to start with black, but I also see some arguments why white also shouldn't really be worried about this.
Right, and the reason that Magnus gets to pick the colors is because he finished higher in the ranking of the preliminaries, and he will, if the match does go, if we see an Armageddon, he gets to decide the colors in that as well. These were our final standings, and the top 8 qualified for the quarterfinals, not just the quarterfinals, but also the second leg of the tournament. And Vlad, it was in fact David Anton who was voted by our audience as the player who comes back into the second leg of the tour out of the 8 players who did make it to the quarterfinals. Your thoughts on that?
I don't know. I'm sorry, I was not following it very closely, so I don't know. I thought I was pretty sure maybe Firuja would be the choice, because he was very unlucky just to share and to be 9th, and so it's a bit surprising that it was not Alireza, but okay, I guess he will still have a chance to play in these tournaments, yeah.
You're not alone to be surprised with that. I think a lot of us were expecting Alireza to get through, and Vlad, we've got this new dynamic format in which every event, the audience gets the chance to bring one player back into the next event who did not qualify. What do you think about this this new opportunity for the audience? Do you think it's a good idea or debatable?
Why not? Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Yeah, I think I don't remember actually. Yeah, this that kind of format before, but why not? I don't mind. Yeah.
We absolutely.
So at least it would maybe force people also to play some very interesting, attacking chess. That at least if you don't qualify, people enjoy your play, and then they want to see you back again. So in this sense, also it's quite logical.
So play interesting chess. If you don't win the game, at least you win the audience's heart. Peter, now Vlad, the other thing that's been the big talk of this tournament is trying to get Peter onto Twitter. Now, I know you have gone over to the dark side in 2020 and joined Twitter finally. What would you say about that to Peter? Should he come on Twitter or should he not? How's the experience been so far?
No, but it's a personal thing. For me, it was just Twitter is just a way to share some things which I like, which I find interesting. No ideas. I don't want to develop it to get a million followers or something. It's not the case. So just it's like a possibility to have a direct access to to people. Yeah, I mean, that's especially in these pandemic times, because most of the time, if I travel a lot, I have interviews, something, but now, so it's just an experiment, yeah, for the first time. And yes, I don't have any agenda there. So if something comes to my mind, or I don't know, I watch some football match, I might write something about it. I mean, but there is no plan, yeah. So totally freestyle.
Freestyle. I see Peter smiling on the camera.
Yeah, I'm smiling because exactly those are my observations as well. That's the only reason I want to be on Twitter. You know, I'm not yet on Twitter, but those are my arguments as well. And it's so nice to hear Vlad sharing the same thoughts.
Yeah, because, you know, sometimes it's just that you really like something, whatever it is, yeah, and then you just want to share it with public, you know, that is the plan. That's sometimes I just enjoyed some tennis match, so I wrote something about it, then some music concert I write. I mean, okay, if it's just to share something positive, yeah, I don't actually want to write anything negative. There are enough of negative things nowadays, you know, in the world. But yeah, the point that I want, you know, to maybe, yeah, to attract attention to some other things which are more positive, but whatever. Now let's see the game.
Let's see the game, and we have a Caro again.
Of course, yeah, e5 still.
Yeah, and Magnus back to his bishop f5. I mean, this served him well. The c5 line didn't go as planned. And look at this now. Wesley goes for knight f3, bishop e2, claiming that I don't want to give Magnus the chance of giving this bishop b4 check.
But maybe he would have played bishop b4, a3, bishop f8 still, yeah?
And
A reminder to everyone, the time control for Blitz is 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. Yes, Peter.
Yeah, and we might be seeing exactly the same position if, for example, Wesley goes knight bd2 and then knight b3, then the same, but without this bishop b4 check, bishop f8. So very, very interesting to compare these two games.
Yeah, I actually don't know those positions at all, Peter. I guess you know it better. You've played a lot with white, yeah, this variation.
Yeah, I was explaining that the point behind inviting the pawn to c3 is that then you can never really target the a5 pawn. And here we see that Wesley tries to immediately use this chance, and Magnus puts the queen anyway on b6. This is something very rare.
Yeah, there are many different plans here, yeah, in this position. It's just okay, h3.
And again h3. I mean, somehow Wesley has the tendency to make this move. Okay, I think the whole point is that now black cannot really play knight f5, or that's what I assume, because then you have queen e1, and all of a sudden you hit what? And Magnus played knight g6. Ah, so he will go bishop, yeah, queen e1 on the board. What is
bishop
this?
Bishop b4, yeah?
Yeah, bishop b4.
Or maybe he can just give up this a7 pawn. Ah, no, he plays like this.
Yeah, but that's why it was important to go knight g6, not knight f5, because now black has some knight f4 ideas.
Takes a5, yeah, bishop d3. Yeah. I would consider a5, but...
But then knight f4.
And bishop d1.
Ah,
and
just
then
slowly, like this, yeah?
And then rook a4 is threatening, I don't know.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
interesting.
Very interesting.
Because now this b4 pawn is potentially can become weak. So b6 maybe, but yeah. I mean, of course, again, black's position is very dangerous. Yeah, it might be okay, but black needs to do something dynamic here.
Because if b6, maybe I can anyway play a5.
Yeah, a5 also, I was not sure about some rook c1, c3 plans, yeah, or something like that.
Yeah, I like the move bishop d3, and Magnus goes c5. Yeah, this is in the spirit, but it's a little bit desperate.
Yeah, it looks quite desperate. Bishop b5 is not working now, by any chance. I mean,
wow, really unpleasant, yeah?
Yes, maybe c4, it looks terrible, but c4, knight c5, knight f8 somehow.
And pick up on b7?
Yeah, but then c2 at least is hanging, but that looks pretty bad. So he took, consider that's probably also quite good, yeah?
Yeah, can he go c3, bc, b4? Is that an option?
I also have this idea, yeah. Or check
Bishop
first.
b5, check first, even better.
King e7, but I think he will just try to play, to try to avoid it. I think white has a big advantage anyway, so rook e1, he just wants knight d4, I see, rook c8, knight d4, yeah? And then you cannot take on c5 because of knight b3. He just wants to keep the pawn, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know what Magnus is supposed to do here.
He will find some way, but it looks pretty bad, yeah, this position. I mean, it's like, it's still Blitz, but it looks not just bad, it looks hopelessly bad, yeah, you know what I mean. C3 was played. Yeah, it's also possible. I thought knight d4 was the idea, but c3 is very strong also, yeah, because takes b4 and then rook c1. And objectively, it's just totally lost, no? Objectively.
Yeah, it feels like, and you still can play knight d4. Yeah. It's not just even that you go directly after c3 pawn, but okay, why not? Yeah, okay, c1 as well on the board.
Yeah, rook takes c3, d4, I guess, yeah, or what?
Or bishop e4, but rook on c3 protects the knight.
Yeah.
So.
No, also, I think he thinks about playing knight d4 is also not bad, but yeah, rook takes c3 is simpler, yeah? Bishop e4, and now anything, yeah, a5 even or something. Yeah, there is no threat.
Yeah, the idea of a5 just to fix this structure.
Yeah, just to
completely.
push c6 and just to queen. But of course, it's tempting. I would also consider a move like knight d4. It's very tempting to move the knight away, yeah, because his g2 pawn is not so important, probably. I mean, I can give it, but just that the knight on d4 will support. Yes, and then I start to push c6 and so on. I mean, a5, c6 must be just a queen, a5 even. I even don't bother defending these pawns. I just want to queen.
But somehow I don't believe that Wesley in a decisive Blitz game, given the chance that he's pawn up for almost for free, he wants to go for this.
Yeah, but it's completely winning, no? I mean, to me it looks like the simplest solution, because otherwise Black might try to take on f3 one day and at least being still completely lost, but at least knight might get, I think, f6. I would still try to go takes knight d4. I would try to move my knight somewhere there. Of course, it's a matter of taste because white is just completely winning here.
But now it works even more because after bishop g2, you'll have knight e6.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, h4.
Yeah, Wesley goes h4. I mean, one thing that Magnus can try to rely on is his time advantage, and he goes g5. He has 3 minutes 34 seconds versus 2 minutes 14 seconds.
Yeah, but it starts to get, I mean, it's absolutely lost still, but it starts to get, I don't like the spirit, yeah? I mean, the spirit of the play of white. It's just too kind of soft, too solid. I mean, there is no need to do. I mean, you could just win, you know, just very straightforward and simple. You know, when you start to play this kind of very cautious moves, just to be sure that you don't spoil it, that's the best way usually to spoil, actually, at the end of the day, even if it looks almost impossible. I would have checked on h3, no, for black. I mean, at least because that
there was this option. Then I had to go king f1 probably.
Yeah. Well, takes and knight d2, yeah, looks.
Yeah, then I have to go back bishop f5, but at least, okay, h5 is open. There is something to hope for.
Yeah, knight h2 also possible. Yeah.
Probably wants to go f3 at some point.
Yeah, but this knight h2, I'm not so sure about.
I mean, it's still winning, of course, easily winning, because he just wants f3, g4. I mean, he wants to trap the bishop somehow. But yeah, it's, of course, white's play is a little... It's strange. It seems like really Wesley has some issue with converting a totally winning positions. Yeah, it starts to be too modest, you know, too cautious for no reason.
We also saw that in his semis match, actually, this, what you're talking about, Vlad, several times in this tournament.
Yeah, it looks like he's afraid not to win. I mean, you know, he's so strong. He has, I mean, he managed to get to these positions, playing fantastic, very strong moves, and then he starts to be shaky. He starts to be afraid to spoil. Yeah, and that is, that's really, you shouldn't be afraid, you know, of spoiling your advantage.
Yeah, now FC turns into rook takes h2.
Yeah, I mean, things started to get kind of.
And Wesley is down to 1 minute 10 seconds on the clock, and it's not anymore 10 seconds increment, it's just 3 seconds, don't forget.
Mm-hmm. Well, practical decision would be rook takes e4, yes, because now.
Oh, so now fe4, you want to go rook h8.
Yeah, no, he wants to do this, but then, of course, takes c6. Probably white's pawns must be faster anyway.
On the board?
But yeah, it's kind of getting tricky, yeah?
Yeah, exactly, because I also have some d5, d4, the bishop defends back, and I have then some perpetual check idea with rook h8, rook h1. Magnus played the move d4, engine bar goes crazy, that this is a big blunder.
Actually, okay.
Because of...
Rook f1 maybe.
Rook f1, yeah?
I don't know, check, king f2 takes, bishop f1 takes, b5 and bishop g2. I think this, and a pawn promotes. What do you think?
Peter, can we just have that line quickly on the board?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, rook f1.
Rook h8 check, king g1, rook h1, king f2, rook f1, bishop f1, bishop c6, and maybe even bishop g2 immediately. Maybe even bishop g2. Oh, no, bishop g2, yeah, not in time. b5, yeah, b5, bishop d5, bishop g2, king e5, h6.
And we see this on the board.
And we might be seeing exactly what Vlad was analyzing right now. Does bishop f1 now?
Yeah, bishop f1 takes b5, and if bishop d5, bishop g2, king e5, a6, or something like this. And the pawn seems to be promoted, no?
Yeah.
Bishop d7 should be also losing. Yeah, b6 maybe even.
This is why we don't need the engine bar when we've got Vlad and Peter with us.
Well, but that's pretty, that's pretty direct line. I mean, but after c6, it seemed like bc6 maybe it didn't look so 100% clear to me. I don't know, because this is probably winning. Yeah, I can see today the bar is, it says that it's winning. Yeah.
So after bishop d7, you just go a6.
b6 even, I thought. Even b6 maybe. Or, I don't know, a6 at least. Yeah, a6 actually you cannot stop, the pawn.
Yeah,
you cannot.
I mean, b6 at least bishop c8 is possible.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe bishop d7.
So
bishop
probably
d7.
Bishop d7 simply a6 takes ba, and you cannot even give the bishop for the pawn.
No, just bishop g2 is coming whenever.
Yeah, e5 bishop g2 also, yeah.
Right. Wow, incredible.
Yeah, there is no way to fight. That's the big problem for Magnus, because it's over. It just
Wesley's going to take the lead in that Blitz playoff.
Okay, still Wesley is down to 21 seconds. So if by any chance Magnus manages to pose a little bit of problem that it's not designed yet, because we assume that it might be designed, but Magnus finds the way.
Yeah, you cannot actually, I think the pawn queens even. I'm not even sure you can manage to give the bishop, even though it would be lost. But because, for instance, I'm thinking about bishop takes b5, bishop takes b5, king e5, but then bishop c6 is just...
Bishop d7, a6 on the board.
I'm not sure you can even manage to get, let's say if bishop will be, if you give the bishop for the pawn and white controls the diagonal, bishop on d3, king on f3, it's easy win, for white. But you cannot even manage this, I believe.
Yeah.
Because e5, bishop g2 is only one accurate move is needed.
And did he go for it, Peter?
No, Magnus went for d3.
Okay, A7, D2, yeah?
So maybe start with bishop. Bishop G2, D2, King E2, Bishop B5. That was the trick.
Yeah, that is Bishop E2, yeah, that's still
Bishop E2, that's
lost,
it.
Yeah. Bishop E2 or Bishop F1 and just bring it onto this diagonal and it's over. That's it. That's it. Wesley so does it.
Yes.
Magnus resigns.
Not without difficulty, I would say.
All right, so
but I can see there is a certain psychological issue, yeah, because plays well, is completely winning, and then starts to play moves which is clearly not his level. I mean, you can win easily, and I see it many times already. Yeah, the same story, and so it definitely needs to work on this. Yeah, just I mean, it's not a matter of. I mean, why not to play knight d2? I mean, so here take on e4. Well, I mean, here of course it's not so simple anymore. But why not knight d2? Just. But I still believe the simplest was knight d4. I mean, before it just not to give anything. But here knight d2 is absolutely trivial win. I don't know. I mean, it's more than, he has more than enough class, to make it very quickly such moves. And okay, just very. Simple. You can even maneuver your bishop to g2 and just push your pawns. I mean, it's absolutely no chance, for black. And then he gave quite a serious chance. I mean, it was not so clear anymore at some point, because here something tells me it might be not so easy. I don't know how, but doesn't look so clear to me. Maybe even.
Yeah, you also have something like g4, for example.
I was thinking, Mm-hmm.
Takes, check
King
G1
D4,
and then d4.
Yeah, something like that. And then trying to give perpetual or something. Yeah.
I think this is actually what Magnus had in mind. For some reason, he had this terrible hallucination. He just missed this little move, rook f1, after which it was all over.
But
which means? Sorry, go on, Peter.
Which means there is no rook e1 Berlin, or maybe I don't know.
I think we can safely say that we're gonna have one d4 is my prediction, because the world champion has to win on demand to take it to the Armageddon. What an incredible blitz game that was, and I have to say that it looked completely dominating by Wesley from the very start. Yes, inaccurate play, like Vlad was saying, that perhaps had more aggressive choices and an easier win, but still Magnus never really had any chances, Peter, in this one.
Yeah, it also shows that you see this very little detail that we have been debating. That's why Magnus was so happy about giving bishop b4 check, bishop f8. Look at this, now with tempi up, Wesley invites him, he gets queen e1, and all of a sudden this pawn on a5 is a big problem. And when you have to go bishop b4, maybe objectively it's somehow fine, but in a blitz game, white's play is so much easier because you know exactly that you have this a5 rook a4 idea, which puts the pressure on your opponent. And then Magnus felt like, I cannot just sit and wait. b6 runs into this very important a5, c5, a takes b6 tactics, and white wins. So he cannot play b6, he went for c5, and it's just a pawn. It's just a healthy pawn, and after this, it looked like Wesley gonna win the game without any efforts, but Magnus is Magnus, he managed to create his chances, Wesley got shaky, but finally, thanks to this blunder or hallucination by Magnus, Wesley sealed it at the end.
And I keep coming back to this. I don't even think it's 55-45 anymore. Vlad, Peter always says that Magnus performs the best when his back is against the wall and when he's in a must-win situation. We've seen Magnus bounce back immediately after a loss in even over-the-board tournaments. Very often he starts slow and then picks up the momentum. What do you think it is about his character that gives him this ability to come back with so quickly?
Well, first of all, he's playing at least a little but better than any other players. And secondly, I think he wants it more than the others. And that is, you shouldn't underestimate this. I mean, he really when he plays any tournament, he really it feels like he badly wants to win. He really needs to win. He wants to win, whatever you call it, but much more than others. And then in decisive moments, usually that is quite important. Yeah, that I don't know why. I cannot explain you scientifically how does it work, but usually people who desperately want to win, who want it more than the opponents, they finally manage it. So I would still think that he has chances to win the game.
Absolutely. You can never write him off. What are our opening predictions before first move, Vlad?
I saw kind of d4, bishop f4, bishop g5, knight f3. That's usually what Magnus is playing in such situations, and he has good results, especially in Blitz, in such structures. So I would all sorts of d4, knight f3, and then pawn will be on e3. C pawn will not go as far as c4. It will land on c3 probably, and where the bishop goes from c1, I don't know, but yeah, and then a slow long game, something like that.
Interesting. Peter, do you think that's going to be Magnus's approach?
Well, it could easily be, but also, is it that Wesley leads for the first time in the match? Is that true? Because always he was the one coming back, no?
That's true.
Yeah. So this is also a big psychological boost for him. And I said before the match already that what I feel that whenever Wesley starts to win and his confidence level is getting stronger and stronger, then he's getting extremely dangerous, almost unbeatable. So let's see. And the game is on.
Yeah,
D4 happened, but C4 as well.
Pawn is on C4. That is strange. So I guess Magnus has something very...
And we've seen this so many times in this match.
Yeah, but now it's with E3, so Magnus plays this anti-semi-Tarrasch, yeah?
Yeah. I don't know what is the plan. I mean, there are not so many aggressive ideas here for white. Kind of strange choice. Bishop e2, this, but it's some kind of endgame, little better, but very drawish. Strange choice for the game. Of course, it's a little more for white here than Berlin with rook e1, but still not really something you try to play when you need a win desperately. Yeah?
Nevertheless, I feel that, usually this, knight d2 is played. This is the main try. Objectively speaking, white was somehow putting pressure in this line. And Magnus already beat Wesley once, I believe, in this very specific line.
Well, but I think lately they found good ways for black to equalize. I've played knight bd7 here. So now he's playing this. It was a novelty, I think, that I played in this tournament in August against Vasily Ivanchuk. I got slightly better very quickly. So knight bd7 is enough to equalize, in my opinion, but also other moves are fine.
It reminds me a little bit of our big debate in the Queen C2 Nimzos back then, with the two bishops.
No, of course, strategically, if white manages takes on c5, f3, e4, bishop to e3, it can be dangerous for black. But that was a game, and I played b4 here. It's just very, very direct. I think b4, knight goes somewhere, do d1 or b1, and then a5, bishop a6. Black is in time to change one pair of bishop, and actually I got slightly better, but then overpressed and even lost at the end of the day. But but Magnus, he didn't prepare anything against it. That's
knight d7, knight e5. I believe that there was a game between his second Laurent Fressinet against Edouard. I believe that something like this already happened in that game. So he goes after the b7 bishop, and then he tries to play something like rook fc1, bishop e1, hiding this bishop.
But knight e5 is just very direct, and rook d8, rook d7, knight c4, it might simply get to a total elimination of forces, like rook d8. It will be very difficult to keep pieces on the board for white, I'm afraid. So I would go knight e5, rook d1, I guess. Yeah, and then rook d8, and you change all. Of course, white has two bishops, but black is very active. Yeah, rook c7.
Wesley played the move rook c7.
Quite strange move. It's okay, of course. A little bit. Don't quite understand it, but okay, why not? Because anyway, white is probably going to play rook d1, bishop e1, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, white would love to get this. And then somehow also king f1, but the knight on c3 is misplaced. If the knight could go to b3...
I think that b4 maybe, yeah, is an interesting try, yeah? But okay. And then a4 was quite interesting. Because bishop takes b4, knight takes b5, yeah, that's a problem. So b4, bishop d6 should have been played, and now a4 maybe. I don't know, it's very tactical, but it looks interesting. But anyway, yeah, rook d1 is logical, rook c8, bishop e1. Yeah, I don't know this. I don't like at all this doubling rook on c line. I don't see what the rooks are doing on c line. Playing with fire, yeah, some kind of bishop takes b5. I mean, I think that it's a very strange play from, I think it's very nervous.
Possibility now, or bishop b5?
Well, I think it's still what takes, knight b5, rook c6, but even knight a7, yeah, I don't know, it just...
Yeah, it's very strange, I mean, to blitz out bishop d6, play. No?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I would have tried maybe king 8 or something. Yeah, that is possible. Also a4, I mean, yeah, it's very, a4 looks also very strong, no?
Yeah, and Magnus captures on b5.
No, that is Magnus. I mean, I don't know how. I mean, it's a position. Then the opponent starts to make some crazy things. I don't know. I mean, my opponent they don't make it. Of course, I don't play as well, but somehow it's very interesting to see how it's almost there already. I mean, just if black plays a normal move 95, doubles rooks on d line, I think it just would be a draw. And then instead, the opponent starts to do very strange things. Yeah, I mean, because these moves are hard to understand. Rook c7, rook c8, bishop d6.
I mean, Magnus is back in the match, yeah. But how on earth? I mean, Wesley had more than 4 minutes, and he just blitzed bishop d6 out instantly. Unbelievable.
Well, it's still not lost, of course, but by the development of affairs, I mean, it's probably... Well, he has to take, otherwise it just resigns, yeah? So takes rook c6, at least knight d6, rook d6, bishop b4, there is knight c5 at least, yeah? So black is not... So rook c6, knight a7, and okay, bishop somewhere, and try to save the unsavable, yeah? This knight c5 at least. But of course, after knight a7, it's pretty bad because pawns are strong. But anyway, I mean, it's not completely lost yet, yeah?
Yeah, but exactly this is what Magnus needed, yeah? Because, okay, before you don't know exactly what you are playing for, you are looking for chances, and all of a sudden the chance is presented to you.
No.
And very early on, Peter, I mean, just a big blunder to walk into with bishop d6.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
well, what is strange that, I mean, if blunders, of course, happen in Blitz, it's just what I find strange that it's not just a blunder, it's also a kind of, well, it's a bad move anyway, even if it wouldn't be a blunder. That is strange. I mean, because, yeah, this doubling rooks on C line, it's really, I don't get any point of this, yeah. So now bishop e5. So what...
Actually, rook c7, rook c8, bishop d6 just set itself up for this bishop b5 blow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think now it's also very nice from white side that you don't have to take the rook yet.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Now the question is...
one extra tempo to stabilize.
Yes, the question is if just rook b1, but that's a little slow, maybe trying to go a4 and just to queen the pawn quickly. But yeah, it's a difficult choice because, of course, it's very tempting just to start pushing the pawn. Why he took on c8?
Does Magnus
he wants.
to go?
Yeah, but why to take on c8?
I mean, I was thinking that if he already took, maybe he wants to play the move rook a1 to make sure that he changed all rooks, but I'm a little bit surprised.
Rook a8 or something. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because it's kind of, well, I mean, you could play anyway. You can take on c8 at any moment. Yeah, probably you would win at tempi. Yeah, I mean, instead, so knight c8 is. I don't know whether it's probably. It seems to me that they're both just exhausted. Yeah, I mean, of course, it's obvious that rook b1 first should have been played. Yeah.
Yeah, the very big tempo and
yeah, very big tempo.
1 to 1 minute 13 seconds, so he doesn't have so much time and he couldn't start pushing his pawns.
Yeah, it's. I mean, now with this tempo, at least it's a fight. Yeah, because it's not so easy to push pawns. So I guess yeah, knight d5 is very logical. Now I would have played f5 probably just to secure my knight on d5. Yeah, it comes. Yeah, because no, it's not easy now. I mean. It was just knight takes e8 was absolutely terrible. Yeah, g5 I'm not sure, but in fact objectively black is already more or less okay. No, what do you think, Peter?
Yeah, I think that black. I mean, you cannot.
Because white cannot really push pawns anymore. Yeah,
yeah.
I mean.
And also this h5 followed by g4 is very natural.
Yeah, knight f6, knight e4. I mean, black has a very powerful knights.
I mean, Magnus basically has to try to get his bishop to c1, bishop b2, bishop c1 in order to start pushing b4, but this takes way too much time.
But black has a very active pieces now. I mean, because after, let's say, g8, knight will get to e4 and black simply has a lot of counterplay. I mean, I don't see any realistic chance that you can, as white, that you can push pawns.
And Wesley's got over 2 minutes and Magnus down to 45 seconds. The main problem with Magnus's position is that the b2, a3 pawns just don't move. Knight f6 played. Rook a1, still b4 not possible. Is he trying to play a4 next?
Yeah, maybe black should start some active play like f4, you know, some...
On the board, Vlad.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it's a good move, but at least, yeah, because takes... Yeah, probably. I wouldn't mind to take hg, fe.
Wants to take knight g4 next?
I mean, the big question what Magnus, because f takes e3 also, h takes g4 and then knight e4 looks very tempting. But on the other hand, knight takes g4 might be tactically very strong. How do you protect your pawn? And then you will have the rook g8, knight gf6 idea as well. So maybe knight takes g4.
Yeah, knight g4. Even rook g8 maybe he's thinking. But okay, rook, there is no need to play rook g8. But knight takes g4. Yeah, black is just fine.
Hitting the e3 pawn. Bishop h4 check played. So king d7.
But it's too early to draw conclusions because...
well, the good news is Vlad, Wesley just needs to draw this game. So, knight f4 now?
But okay, you are in a mating net, yeah, with the black king also.
Like knight f4, the king moves and rook d1 is a real threat.
I only don't know where to move my king.
Yeah, not so easy actually. Yeah, it's not so easy. Knight is what? Knight e3 was played. Knight g3. And after rook d2.
Does he want knight g2?
I don't know what he wants. What? Rook
wow, but Magnus down to 16 seconds.
Yeah, but rook c1, what is this? You can take on g2 simply. At least, why not rook d2 at least?
Knight g2 and knight f4 check coming. Why is Wesley thinking right now? What is he thinking?
Because there are many good moves. Yeah, I mean, bishop d2, also knight f4 check was possible. So many good moves. Yeah, so yeah, but that is already bishop takes b2 is the most solid. Yeah, here. That's what I would play in this situation. Then just to eliminate all pawns and pieces. Yeah.
He decides to give a check first, and now bishop b2 is still possible. He's gone for it. Bishop c5 and d7. Wow.
But he also takes on c1. I don't know why not knight takes d5 first. And they have this.
And that's it.
Yeah.
That is. Oh my God.
Yeah. No, it's clear that Magnus was in this tiebreak was really today. Was really not there. Because it's very strange mistakes. But okay, it was well.
And Magnus so disappointed and angry with how it's gone. You can see it, just the exhaustion and the anger right now. And Wesley is the champion of the first leg of the Champions Chess Tour, the Skilling Open. He's the winner. He goes back with $30,000. What a phenomenal performance by him. Magnus Carlsen finishes in second place with $15,000. Vlad, Peter, I have to say that yes, you did not give a very big favorite odd to Magnus, but still, Wesley doing it. We finally have a different winner than Magnus Carlsen.
Yes, but you cannot win every tournament. I mean, at some point, it's okay if you are second. I mean, it's not a drama. It's not even, I wouldn't say that it's even a bad result. Not at all. I mean, it's just that we are so used that Magnus is winning every tournament. But it's clear that the final, whether it was tiredness, I mean, he was not at his very best, but and that was already enough with such opponent like Wesley. It's already enough, to lose the match. But it's still, I mean, still a good performance to be in the final and to lose on tiebreak, even if losing on tiebreak is not something Magnus is used to. Not a very typical way to lose for Magnus, but can happen sometimes.
I think we're just so used to seeing Magnus win these events that it's amazing because it's always nice to have, a different winner. Also keeps the world champion motivated and tells us that, sometimes it's not impossible to beat him. And Wesley showed that several times in this final. Peter, your take on this performance?
Yeah, I mean, incredible performance by Wesley. I mean, also bouncing back after losing today's first game with the white pieces. I mean, who would have thought that possible? I mean, it's just incredible performance by Wesley. Clearly, very big disappointment for Magnus because he wants to win every single tournament where he participates. On the other hand, I believe that it's very good for the tour. I mean, the tour had just started. And the people who are following and those who haven't followed it yet, I think after seeing that, it's not automatic that Magnus Carlsen plays in the tournament and he wins. We have a new winner, Wesley. So I think this will add even more to the publicity of the whole tour, because if you haven't started following after this news, you have to. Magnus will try to come back, definitely, to start winning. He wants to win the big final, but what a start for Wesley.
And I have to say that when the event started, the Skilling Open, of course, Wesley is one of the strongest players in the world and a favorite, but not for many. Not many would have thought that he would have come the distance and to beat the world champion in the final.
Well, I mean, it's not always the same. Your name, let's say, and your play. I believe that quite a lot of people would probably expect Beth Harmon, to be in the final, and so it's in general, as I've already mentioned, that I think that Wesley is an underachiever. I mean, he has much. I mean, his name is not as big as his play. His play is no worse than anyone, basically. But so that's why people, they don't know how strong is he. I mean, the general public, doesn't know. But we professionals, top professionals, we know, that he can win any tournament, and that's also why one of the reasons why both me and Peter, we were assessing this match as almost equal, maybe to a big surprise of for many our spectators, because, Wesley, he knows how to play chess, that's for sure.
Absolutely, and he proved it in style and very convincing manner as well. You never really felt that it was about luck or the games that he won them in really a very the quality of play was extremely high. And when the time situation counted, he kept his nerves, he kept his cool. Let's get the tour points up because we haven't. Let's get the tour points for our participants. And that's how it is. As we see in the Champions Chess Tour, it's also very important. There's a lot of motivation to finish at the top of the table to get a good result, because tour points are going to matter in the end for the finals, for the qualification for the $300,000 final. Wesley So won the event, no Armageddon, just in the Blitz playoff. He goes back home with $30,000 and 46 tour points. Magnus Carlsen behind him at 15,000, and Hikaru Nakamura finished third with Jan Nepomniachtchi, the two other semi-finalists, and these are their tour points. As we know that the second leg will take place in December, we've got our 9 participants confirmed. We're going to, over the course of the next few days, we will be telling you who the other 3 are. It's been such a fantastic event. Peter, Vlad, your impressions of the whole first leg of the Champions Chess Tour, and how did you feel about the quality of play, the format, just your general impressions about the Skilling Open?
Well, as to me, again, I will probably pass the word to Peter because I've just seen the last 2 days. Yeah, so I guess at least the final match was quite something, with a lot of emotions, and yeah, that was quite a match. But for the rest, I think we should ask Peter maybe. Yeah?
We do have the champion joining us, so let's get him on so we can congratulate him and ask him all the questions. Wesley, can you hear us?
So anyway, then yeah, I guess I would leave you then.
Vlad, thank you so much for joining us. I think Wesley is still he's still connecting, so he'll take some time. But thank you so much.
My regards to Wesley, my congratulations to him, and yes, and hopefully we meet each other one day here again.
I hope we meet each other in the real world again soon, because
well, at least, yeah, somehow, yeah, at least online, and maybe one day, 1 year, you know, of our lives, we will meet each other offline. So let's dream about the best. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Vlad. Yeah, it was.
Thank you, Peter. It was nice to talk to you, also to see you.
Yeah,
all the best.
You, yes. Bye.
Bye, Vlad. Peter, we're just waiting for Wesley to connect to. He is here. We will give him another moment to join us. But wow, what an incredible final that was! I think set 1. Sure. Okay, so he'll be with us in a minute. Set 1, just an incredibly decisive set, and I think just the way the two players played just showed how combative and ready for a fight they were. Peter, could not have asked for a more thrilling final.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, the whole Skilling Open, it was just so tense and so incredible right from the very beginning. I mean, we have seen so much drama in the qualification, the preliminaries. I mean, we couldn't have asked for more. And then all the knockout matches in the quarterfinals, 3 comebacks after day 1, and we had all those incredible playoffs. Really, very, very interesting. Magnus was kind of struggling throughout the event, finding his very best form. I mean, that form which makes him the very best in the world. And that was also the reason why I kind of felt like, you know, if Wesley is playing his best chess and he believes in winning, then he has 50% chances, because something was missing from Magnus, this incredible precision. But let's also not forget, I mean, it was 9 days of insane chess. And I mean, definitely in the very end, also in the last day, we have seen some blunders, mistakes whatsoever. This is part of the game, part of the show. Players have only 15 minutes in the Blitz play of only 5 minutes. Lot of craziness can happen, but what stood out in this tournament, the incredible fight of the players, the incredible will of trying to win it.
Absolutely, and I think that is the key point, Peter, because it's all about confidence when you're playing against Magnus. And I think in day 1, Wesley scoring 2 big wins does exactly that. When you know that you can come back, when you know that you can beat, because it's not just about holding things together. You have to be able to win against him. You have to beat him to be able to win this tournament. And Wesley has done that. Just an incredible performance. And Peter, we're still waiting to hear from him. So just give me a moment.
I mean, if we are waiting, then I would very much like to show this one moment in the final Blitz game, if we have a chance to show that, because this illustrates to me that, Magnus felt the tension because he made a mistake here on move 21 by taking on c8, which under normal circumstances, I simply cannot imagine Magnus. Somehow the complete exhaustion, his nerves let him down. I don't know, because that was the reason why he didn't manage to win this game.
And a surprising situation here, because we saw Magnus not wait to pick up the rook, and then a few moves later, and here Magnus had to wait. He could just simply go rook b1 or the other moves that we were looking at. There was no need to rush with picking up the exchange, because he can do that at any moment. Instead, he did it immediately.
Exactly. So let me just show what is the difference. So if, let's imagine black plays exactly the same way as he did in the game, he would have played knight d5 for sure. Then white can simply play the move a4, which Magnus very much wanted to play. That was his whole point later on, but he never gotten a chance. And then you capture the rook and you start pushing your pawns. And if your pawns advance to a5, b4 or b5, a4, then it's clear that maybe black can put up a fight, but it's gonna be very, very tough to save it. And all of a sudden, after knight takes c8, rook takes c8, it's not just you lost the tempo, you can simply never push the pawns after rook a8, and this is an inexcusable mistake. I think that's how Magnus feels about it, because he knows that with just this one move, he has spoiled all the chances of bouncing back.
And then, Peter, we saw something very similar from Wesley as well. When he had the opportunity to take the rook on a1, c1, he could have waited for that moment, but decided to grab it immediately. But I think this had more to do with just simplifying it as soon as possible.
Exactly. Here it already didn't matter at all. Definitely, if he wants to, or he has to try to win the game, then he would continue with knight takes d5. But there was already no reason to do that. He just took on c1 and forced the draw. But it was all about this psychological moment, because just few moves back, we discussed that, it was a terrible blunder by Wesley, and he was so furious about himself. After bishop takes b5, he was taking time. He almost spent like 1 minute, basically, I believe, just calming himself down, because there is no other move in the position than capturing back the pawn on b5, knight takes b5, rook c6, knight a7, and after bishop e5, just rook b1 first. It was so thematic. If you ask Magnus from 1,000 times, he will get it right. And exactly here over the board, suddenly or not over the board, but online, but he suddenly, for some reason, had this incredible hallucination, and he captured the rook immediately.
Indeed, he did get a chance there, but Peter, I have to say that I think Wesley an absolutely deserved winner. The way we've seen him throughout the event, very calmly and very smoothly qualifying in the preliminaries, then his path in the quarters and in the semis, he beat Hikaru. There were a few misses from his side, but really what an incredible semi-final by Wesley as well, beating Hikaru. And then now we saw him in this absolutely nail-biting final against Magnus. I have to say that I know that you and Vlad always said it was a close match, but a lot of the audience, a lot of spectators thought that Magnus would be the favorite. Wesley himself mentioned in interviews that he felt Magnus is the better player, but the way he played on the board, he looked like he was dominating this final.
Well, dominating, I don't know, but what struck me and was incredible that Magnus was leading 3 times in the match. 3 times he took the lead. We were speculating, that on the first day, White was the one who won all the games. So basically, whenever Wesley lost, he bounced back with the white pieces, which is kind of more easy to do. But today, after losing with the white pieces, we kind of believe that it's basically game over. Finally Magnus took the lead with the black pieces. There is no force in the world to stop him. And all of a sudden, this second game, losing that game with the white pieces, I think took away all the confidence from Magnus. And after this, he was more already in this roller coaster kind of ride, trying to hang on, trying to survive somehow the match and win it, but he lost the control of it. The control vanished completely, and it was down to better nerves and also probably luck who will win the event.
You're absolutely right. I think dominating, it was probably more for the semi-finals. The finals was an incredible fight by both these players, and we saw them bounce back from situations time and time again. And with that, I see we do have the winner with us. So let's congratulate him. Welcome, Wesley, and a big congratulations.
Hi, Peter. Hi, Tanya. Very good to see you. I must say, I watch your shows every day. I watch all the critical parts. So I watch all the replays and stuff. So I must say, well done and great work to all of you.
Yeah,
Wesley, well done yourself.
And congratulations and welcome, Wesley. Please tell us, first of all, just about your feeling when you had this final Blitz game and you had this position. What were your thoughts? Were you very upset with yourself giving Magnus this chance of bouncing back?
Yeah, exactly. I was already regretting my opening choice. Yeah, I thought I was gonna lose this game straightforwardly because I missed this bishop takes b5. Yeah, it's a very strong move. Bishop takes a takes. Yeah, bishop d6 was a mistake. Here it's just bad for black. Knight a7. Yeah, I think this should be technically lost, but I can't understand why Magnus played knight takes c8 right away. Yeah, he could play something else, like rook a b1.
Yeah, we kind of felt like if he goes rook a b1, then he gets his pawn to a4, and then he captures. Then it's gonna be very, very tough for you.
Yeah, because I don't want to move my rook, but then he's not gonna take if I don't.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, I will hand it over to Tanya. Congratulations again. I mean, it was an incredible, insane performance. Congratulations once again.
Yeah, thank you. I felt very lucky today because I didn't expect that at all. When he won the first game, I thought Magnus is on fire today. He's just gonna crush me. But then he somehow gave me the second game. Yeah, this was a very impressive game by him. Because I missed knight takes d4. Yeah, like here, I wasn't liking my position already, so that's why I played c4 to try to equalize. But then I missed knight takes d4, and then suddenly black is...
Yeah, and if you are already kind enough for us, please, can you tell us what did you feel when Magnus, in the first black game, he goes bishop b4 check, c3, bishop f8. We were completely shocked.
Yeah, me too, yeah. Yeah, because I actually am recommending this knight d2 on my Chessible e4 course, so I'm going to do the video on it later. So I felt compelled to play knight d2. And also I like this advanced Caro-Kann. I tend to get good positions. But when he played bishop b4, c3, bishop f8, yeah, I have no clue. It seems like a very bad move. Because usually when you give a check, you go to a5, yeah? But now he can go to a5. But Engine says it's not so easy. I check later. Yeah, the problem is that, I played h3, bishop h7. Yeah, the thing is I want to go some quick g4 here or on the next move. Yeah, I just want to go g4, bishop f4, bishop g3, gain some space. But I don't know what, and then, or I could play bishop d2, queen b6. Yeah, here I was also thinking some g4. I don't know what you think, but it's not so easy to play white's position, right? It's like,
yeah, not so easy, but anyway, we are not here to analyze all the games now in big detail. That's why I also want to hand it over to Tanya. Please go and ask Wesley the questions you want.
Wesley, once again, a big congratulations. It was an absolute roller coaster of a final because we had 6 decisive games. It's very rare to have so many decisive games. When you were going through it, can you share your thoughts? Were you feeling just how combative and aggressive this match was turning out to be?
Yeah, I feel like I wanted 8 decisive games in the end. So I was going for complicated positions and stuff. But yeah, I feel Magnus allowed me to come back so many times in this match. I feel like, of course, he's a bear player, so he had so many chances to finish this match already yesterday and today. Like here, if he took a draw with the white pieces, then it'll be very hard for me to come back, because then that means I'm on a must-win situation with white. And here I like this endgame stuff. King d8 is very important. After king d8 and then bishop d4 was a big mistake.
Yeah, let me just tell that, we have been incredibly impressed by your handling of a6, rook c6, king d8, because we were trying to figure out how to set up the pieces and we didn't really find a good way for black. And then you played the move a6. We were not exactly sure what it is all about. And then 2 moves later, you played this, and king d8, and suddenly it all fell to its place. And we were like, wow, incredible.
The funny part is if he played rook ac1, rook d4 instead of rook ac1. The best move also, and the only move is king d8 too.
Wow, but did you know this?
No, I found this a6, rook c6 over the board.
Yeah, exactly, because we saw that you spent a couple of minutes, so it was clear if you would have known it, you would have blitzed out and would be very pleased with yourself, but you were kind of suffering to find a good move, and then you discovered it.
Yeah, 8 rook c6, king d8. Yeah, and it seems after this king d8 plan, black has no problems. Because the thing is, this endgame is, there's not a lot of games played, so there's a lot of room for creativity, and that's one of the reasons I like it. And I didn't analyze his rook d1 very well. I only look at mostly rook e1 on move 13. But here, king d8 is the only equalizing move. And the thing is also now it's quite double-edged, because black is a pawn up after all, and white has to regain it somehow.
And it's actually not so clear.
Sorry, Tanya, I wanted to it fell to us with Tanya that after bishop d4, bishop d6 was the move that was missed. Did you have this feeling also that Magnus missed it?
Oh, I don't think he missed it, because bishop d6 is everything that black wanted to play. Yeah, and it's very obvious. Bishop d6, king e7. I don't think he missed it, but I don't think he realized that his position could be that worse. He didn't realize that he thought he thought he has compensation with his bishop pair. So I don't know. Bishop d6 is like very obvious move. Yeah. So now after bishop d6, black can play on with no risk. Knight a4. Takes.
And when was the moment when you felt like, actually I have really serious winning chances and I might win the game? When was that moment?
So rook c1, king e7, g3, right? Yeah, here I felt that black is the one pressing, and I could make a draw anytime if I want to, but I felt that black has practical chances. Yeah, because I was thinking b5, knight c3, bishop e5, but then he takes and plays a4. So, but I knew that black wasn't risking anything at all. But rook d8. Yeah, rook d8's good. Yeah,
and what was your feeling when you got this 2 knights versus 2 bishop?
I felt very happy
that it's gonna be so good.
Yeah, I felt very happy here because my opening turned out to be a success, and his bishop doesn't really have any good squares, and they can't attack my pawns. So. Bishop d2, maybe e3. No, does e3 work?
Yeah, this was the line Tanya had discovered immediately. I was asking that, maybe I can play bishop d2 to stop knight b4, and then easily came a tempo by Tanya, and I had I couldn't defend the position anymore.
Yeah, Tanya's a very good player, yeah.
But
Tanya, please join in. Yeah, go ahead. Go
No,
ahead.
this is incredible analysis to get all your thoughts on these very critical moments. Wesley, give us an idea that when you were going into the playoffs, how were you thinking about your chances? How were you assessing the general situation of the playoffs?
The general position player. Well, I stand by what I said yesterday. I felt like in a Blitz game with only 2 games, anything can happen.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I didn't mind going for the Blitz at all, because if it's 4 games, it's a different matter. But if it's 2 games, even though Magnus is favored, anything can happen. One mistake could decide the entire match. So I didn't mind that going to a Blitz game at all. I thought once we got to the Blitz, the chances are closer to 50-50 than anything. But yeah, here I was pretty confident I was going to win this game. But
yeah, this game was quite a surprise here because you played Bishop B5. What did you have in mind for Knight F4?
Yeah, I didn't see Knight. I didn't see Knight F4 because we're just normal chess players. And when you see a queen attack, you move the queen. Yeah, when you attack the queen, you just expect the opponent to move the queen. That's all.
Right. And also it was Blitz because we were talking about this moment and there was a beautiful line that Peter actually found. Peter, your rook F6.
Yeah, it seems
to us,
this is crazy. First of all, we have been analyzing, Vladi was here as well, and he also sends his greetings and his big congratulations for your victory. I mean, he was really impressed by your play. And we have been watching this moment and discussing, and it looked like, yeah, White is in total control. And all of a sudden, we didn't see how to continue because it's not easy. And out of desperation, then the idea appeared that maybe rook e1, bishop f7, rook takes f6, queen takes h3, and then rook takes g6 is very powerful.
Yeah, no, this rook g6 is crazy. Like, yeah, just as I said, we're simple chess player. You just assume when the queen is hanging, you take the queen, not the knight. But
this is why Peter needs to be playing Wesley. I keep telling him. He finds all these amazing lines.
And you don't even take the queen on move 23. You take the knight.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what's the point? So if queen d7, yes. How do you win actually? If like queen d7?
Well, basically you just hit on g7
and then knight d5.
Knight d5, and you just keep on crushing.
Yeah, king h6, knight f6, yeah, something like that. No?
Or maybe you just take the e7. I mean, you have already how many pieces? Quite a lot.
You know, Wesley, throughout the event, we really felt that you were in very good shape. At least that's how we were talking about it a lot, and it kept coming up that you were really on your like showing incredible chess in this format. While playing, did you also feel that yes, you are doing well and you're creating these beautiful games? Did you feel good about not just the joy of winning, but also the quality of your play?
Yeah, I felt very happy with my match with Magnus because I felt like I was putting pressure on games where I shouldn't. And I'm finding moves which I shouldn't, and he's giving me chances which should never happen. Yeah, because he's a much better player. But yeah, it's very, very surprising because I guess it helps the fact that I had nothing left to lose after trailing my match with Timur Rajabov in the quarterfinals. I basically expected my tournament to end there. So anything more than that is just an added bonus. And maybe that also helped when you play fearless attacking chess. You don't care if you lose. Just try to play good moves.
Right.
Yeah, maybe that played part. But it turned out that my quarterfinals match with Rajabov turned out to be the most critical because he probably should have won that match too.
That was a really big comeback win, Wesley. And my next question was going to be that, it's this 9-day format with different formats, different opponents. Which was the most challenging for you? I think the preliminaries you went through, but out of the quarters, semis, and finals, you faced Rajabov, then you faced Hikaru, then you faced Magnus. Would you say the Rajabov match was the most challenging?
No, definitely the Magnus match, I mean, I don't think you can say that that anyone's match is easier than facing Magnus, yeah, because he's the best player. So I still think my toughest match is Magnus because again he allowed me so many unnecessary comebacks yesterday and today. He could have went for safe draws in the last game yesterday, also the second game today, and that would practically seal the victory for him. So I felt he gave me too many chances to bounce back, but definitely my match with Rajabov, I was on the ropes there. Yeah. He had so many chances to put me out of that match also, and the way Rajabov played on the first day of our quarterfinals was just incredible. Yeah, but that being said, today has been interesting, but I actually was also listening to your channel earlier in between breaks, and I knew that.
You mean in between your games today?
Sorry?
You were listening to our broadcast in between your games today.
Yeah, for a few seconds, a few minutes. Yeah.
We are flattered. We are very flattered, Wesley.
No, definitely. I mean, chess is a very small. It's a very small planet. Yeah, so we should all support each other. So yeah. But actually, I listened to your channel in between games. So I knew Vladimir was here yesterday and today. And I knew he wanted to see some Blitz today. So I was very happy that we ended on Blitz. But also I'm very curious to see what Vladimir Kramnik thinks of this weird endgame line, the one that I keep playing. Also, you, Peter, yeah, what do you think of it? Because it reminds me of kind of like a Berlin defense against 1d4, but it's just a very curious line.
And you used it several times actually in this whole tournament while Peter pulls. Okay, there we have it.
Yeah, I think I used it 7 times in this tournament, and I've also used it a few times before. But it hasn't been refuted yet, so I guess I'll keep playing it.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I had very bad feeling towards this endgame before seeing your contribution now in this tournament. Simply judging that, okay, this position gives almost no chance for Black to get anything really interesting. But the way you handled it and the way you brought so many new ideas to it, I definitely feel like I want to take a closer look at it. Because, I mean, I believe that from the white side, it's also very, very frustrating. It's kind of a forced line. And if you don't get anything and you show so much confidence like you have shown in this tournament with this line, then it's a nightmare to be white.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, also because not everyone wants to exchange queens with white right at the very beginning. But yeah. Yeah, but it's funny because I used to play this line before. I used to play knight c6 on move 7, which is the main line. And then bishop b5, de4, queen d8, king d8, knight g5, bishop e6, and then take on e6 and take on e6. Yeah, take on. And then so here Black has 3 isolated pawns. So when I saw the de4 move on move 7, I was very happy. So okay.
Definitely, Wesley. I think this line served you well throughout, and we're going to be looking at it. Like you said, it served you well. It's worked so far, so why not ahead? We don't have so much time with you because we know a lot of other channels are waiting to hear from you. Just the last question, Wesley. You won, so you're the winner of so many events. You won the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz joint winner with Magnus. So where does this winning the first tournament of this new tour, where does it figure in your list of achievements? How important was this event for you?
Good question. Yeah, it's very high. I'd probably rate it as this year as my second most important win behind the US Championship, because US Championship is really prestigious for any player. But yeah, I'd rate it there. But today there was a lot of stake. First of all, 15,000 difference. And second, the title. And also, finally, most importantly, it allows me to qualify right away for the finals.
Yes.
So I don't have to worry all about these tour points anymore. So it doesn't matter if I don't do well in the other.
That's actually a very important point, that with this win, Wesley has confirmed his spot in the final of the tour. And finally, Wesley, before we let you go, what are the celebration plans?
Yeah, good question. Yeah, also, we're going to have finally our Thanksgiving dinner. So Lotus is cooking right now. She's busy preparing turkey, stuffing, cranberry sauce, pie. So all that good stuff. Finally gonna have time for the family for the next few days. And then right after this, I'll be doing my Chessible 1E4 video course, which is long overdue. But today I'll probably just relax, probably watch some more of your you and Peter's video replays and all that.
And I said that would be my last question, but I can't let you go without asking, is that your lucky t-shirt? Because we've been seeing you wear it every day.
Oh yeah, exactly. Yeah, well, for the first 5 days I was wearing a blue t-shirt, so now I'm wearing a red one. Yeah, exactly. I don't believe in superstition and stuff, but when things are going well, you don't want to change the schedule. So I wake up every day at the same time. I sleep every day at the same time. I do the same things to relax right after the game, like watching movies, watching videos, just to get my head off the game. So I do everything on the same schedule in the last 9 days.
Why fix something when it's not broken? It's worked wonderfully. And Wesley, really admired your chess, but more than that, your humble and modest personality always wins a lot of praise from all of us. Thank you for being that way. Congratulations.
Yeah, I must say also one thing. I want to say thank you to both of you and also to Vladimir Kramnik, because watching your commentary yesterday reminded me of the 2004 World Championship. So it's a big honor and a big pleasure to have two of the greatest chess players commenting for this online tournament.
Well, thank you very much, Wesley. It has been also an incredible pleasure for us to witness your brilliant performance in this tournament, because, one thing strikes me, and then, of course, we'll let you go, that you always say that this guy was playing very nice, that guy was playing fantastic, but we felt like you played brilliantly. I mean, and one more time, congratulations. We feel like you have been an incredibly deserved winner, playing fantastic chess. That's why I was saying with Vladimir that we think like you have 50% chance of winning the final against Magnus Carlsen, because you have shown such a great chess throughout this tournament. Please continue in the same spirit. We want to see more from you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Peter. It's a big honor for me.
Thank you, Wesley. And please give our regards to Lotus as well. And we'll see you back on the tour in December.
Okay, thank you. Good to see you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, so that's our winner of the first leg of the Champions Chess Tour, Wesley So. First prize, beating Magnus Carlsen, goes back with $30,000. And Peter, that was such a nice chat with Wesley. Just again, his modesty and his humbleness just comes through. And how he mentioned that this is his second most important win of the year after the US champs. So these players are taking this event extremely seriously.
Definitely. I mean, okay, this is such a big tour. I mean, it's I believe if you are not in the candidates, then you just think about this tour for the next 10 months, because there are no real classical tournaments coming up, no real big challenges otherwise, and this one is here with the very best players in the world. And what a start for Wesley. I mean, winning it, qualifying directly to the grand final of the Champions Tour in September. I mean, incredible performance, and it was very nice to see his humbleness and also how he shared his thoughts about his openings. And now that we look at this endgame, I look at it with a completely different eyes. And now that Wesley mentioned that, that not putting his knight on c6, but taking on e4 and putting this bishop on e6, that's the whole new concept. I mean, quite fascinating that for this tour he prepared such a new stuff. And it worked very well for him.
Absolutely. And I can't wait for his new course to come out. As he said that it's going to be out soon on Chessible. So lots of courses from these best players in the world who we see winning these top tournaments, and we get to learn from them as well. Peter, undoubtedly, I think we can say that this was not about luck. Wesley So was the best player at the Skilling Open.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it was extremely tense. If Magnus would have won the tournament, probably would have said about him the same. Simply, both players very much deserve to win this. Finally, Wesley
Peter,
had the bet.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just feel with Magnus, he himself self-acknowledged that he's not in his best shape. And, with Jan as well, there were a lot of chances that Jan missed. But somehow with Wesley, I think with Rajabov, that was a very critical moment that he pointed out when he made that big comeback. But otherwise, just how smoothly he went into the qualifying rounds, and then, after making that comeback, his match against Hikaru, and just the way he handled the finals. I think from an overall perspective, I really think that, yes, right there, definitely deserving of this big win.
Yeah, certainly. And I'm also very happy that you see the Instagram poll doesn't necessarily mean that much. And this is also quite a relief because, yeah, and this makes, I think, chess even more exciting because more names, more people who can win events. I mean, this is what is sport all about, yeah? And Magnus has not been in his very best shape, and immediately now Wesley taking good opportunity. I mean, using this good opportunity, golden opportunity, and what a finish! I mean, at the end, also in the Blitz playoff, keeping his nerves, beating Magnus in a Blitz playoff. We have experienced already that this is almost an impossible task, and pulling this up, fantastic performance.
Absolutely. And with that, it is a wrap of our first event of the Champions Chess Tour. Lots of chess, exciting chess coming up for the whole year, the course of the year, featuring the best players in the world, the most promising youngsters, just absolutely incredible players in different formats are going to fight it out now in the next 9 tournaments, and to see who really is the best in these shorter time formats. It's all going to be about skill and speed and accuracy. Do consider going premium, because with that you can support the tour. The tour has been brought to you by Chess24 and the Play Magnus Group. So by going premium, not only are you going to support the tour, but you also get the chance to be a part of it, because you will be able to vote for one player in every event to play the next event. You'll also get the opportunity to play Hand and Brain and Blitz events and Banter Blitz with all our players, like we've been saying, plus a lot of resources to improve your own game on Chess24. A big sale on, it's the last day, there's a 50% reduction, so it's a no-brainer. Go do it now, support the tour. And a big thank you to everyone who tuned in on our different broadcasts, different channels, on Twitter, on YouTube, on Twitch. It's been amazing doing this. And Peter, as Wesley said it himself, having you and Vlad for the finals together, a world champion and a challenger, the 2004 match, I mean, one of the most epic world championship matches. I think I'm super lucky to have the front row seat to that. It was an absolute honor to do this with you. Thank you so much, Peter.
Yeah, thank you, Tanya. Also, thank you, Vladimir, for joining us. It has been an incredible pleasure. I mean, Vladimir is just such a brilliant player and such a brilliant person as well. And now he's getting more and more into the commentary. I'm very happy about this because, okay, having Vlad on any show, it's just fantastic.
All right, and with that, we are going to call it a wrap. Once again, a big shout out to all our audience. Thank you, and stay with us. We'll be back in December.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, I'm ready. I am supposed to checkmate black. Okay, I know that queen could go here, but then, the knight. The black knight can stop me if I go here. Okay, so I'm gonna go here. Yay! I got it. All right, this is easy. Next one. White to play and win. Okay. Well, I can go here. Oh, something with the knight. I know it's something with the knight, but I can't take this. Oh, why didn't I do that? Magnus Carlsen, Sergei Karyak in New York, 2016. I was in New York when he played this game. I should know what he did. I should know what he did. Okay, I'm just gonna go for queen here. Needs to be something with the queen. Queen goes here, then king can take the queen. What other pieces do I have? I also, I'm gonna try the queen here. And I did it! Yay! I'm just as good as the world champion Magnus Carlsen. That's the feeling I have anyway. I'm gonna study on Chessible every day.